Come on. Unbelievable. Trying to look like crap.
The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Action.
No, it's going really slow. The mouse is crawling for some reason. I don't know. We'll just have to try it. It's going to be a fun day. Oh man, I don't know what's happened since last weekend, but it's gone terribly bad. I don't know. Our might be up. I don't know if it's a laptop problem as well. Maybe I'm just getting blasted with radiation here. They're trying to give me cancer or something. I won't be surprised. A lot of UFO people seem to get cancer. It's going alright at the moment, fingers crossed. But sometimes the mouse glitches. So I'm on the backup Raspberry Pi, which is an older version. I mean, the older, yeah, it probably is. Probably everything's old on it. This is why I have backups, because I know things are going to go wrong. I'll just have to maybe reformat the other one and update this one. Have to go through, remember the steps to do it too. You know, all the, what is it? The Git thing. Update package and all that sort of stuff. Oh god. All the stuff you have to keep remembering. My brain's gonna explode. It's been a really bad week actually. I was ready to almost go at 10 o'clock, and look at, what's the time now? 11 hour to fix it. Oh well, at least I know how to fix things, but it takes the wind out of you when it goes wrong. So we're up on Pilled, okay. So many software changes, I think. Let me just check out Pilled to see what's working. I think it might be. Let's just pin some of these. If not, too bad. They win again, wherever they are. They try and take me out all the time. YouTube, where you got to? Let's get you pinned here. Is it working? Yeah, I'll catch up with the comments in a minute, guys. I'm all up in the air here. I think everything's working. But we've lost an hour early for Europe and UK there, unfortunately. Daylight savings sucks as well. I think it's gone. I think it's stabilizing now. Fingers crossed. Here we go. Who's out there still waiting? Oh, we got 5 people. Oh well. I think people really enjoy when things go wrong. Backups on GitHub, yeah, yes. Yeah, do you update the restreamer as a process? I think it's a Docker file, so it's a different process, but it's not too hard. I think I've got the instructions written down, so don't worry about it. I'll get it sorted out for next weekend. We've got a special guest coming on next weekend, so hopefully we don't have too much problems. Hopefully my system can keep going. I think Windows 10 last update, or the recent updates, have really screwed up the system. I think they're probably doing it on purpose to force you to go to Windows 11. I don't want to switch over to it because I just know it's going to be horrendous. Apparently they get rid of the contents menu and all sorts of things, and you have to undo all these little hacks to get it back. You know, they've got a modified context menu. Who asked them to change it? It should be an option at the start. Do you want to try the new context menu or stick with the old one? Speaking of Bill Gates as well, God, did it pin my comment? Okay, we got to cover this as well, about the climate change business in UK. Did it pin the comment? I think it did. Let me just see if everything's working down the side here. Yep, backups. You could sound tired or medicated. Do I? I better check the audio. I'm probably tired though. Been firefighting a fair bit. What was I going to do? I forgot what I was going to do now. What was I going to do? So, right, I was going to check the audio. That's right. I tell you, I must be tired because short-term memory's buggering. Is this glitching? Are we glitching here? Glitching. Does sound a wee bit strange. Is it slowing it down? Oh well. Welcome to the drunk string, even though I'm not drunk. But you do get high on sugars and blood sugars, drive you a bit mental. I even updated the chat software, you know, the combined chat, and the icons vanished. So I thought that's great. He stuffed up something. Or I've installed something that's interfered with it or something. I don't know. Is it the .NET framework that screws up all the time? I don't know. Perhaps I'm infected. I won't be surprised. I haven't run a scanner on it this week, so maybe it could be something lurking. Wouldn't be surprised. Everything seems to be working and stabilizing now, as long as it keeps on doing that with the mouse. The mouse was going like I was moving the mouse, and then a minute later it would move, you know. I thought, oh shit, I'm gonna have to reboot. Yeah, I think it's just to try me out. When I die, God will be laughing. I'll come back and haunt all those haters, you know. Hater. So, speaking of Bill Gates, yes. So, you know what he's up to now, don't you? Okay, let's start off with some conspiracy news. Blocking out the sun. This is absolutely insanity. Bill Gates and climate lunatics should be stopped from doing this. The sun is the Earth's source of life. So as you know, Bill Gates has got back in the first high altitude experiment of one radical climate change solution, creating a massive chemical cloud that could cool the Earth. It's called solar geoengineering, and it's highly controversial. Well, I can tell you what, it's bloody freezing here, and it has been all week with the cloud cover that we get over New Zealand. So if he makes it any worse, I think we guys better get together and start hunting down some elites. Because, yeah, there's got to be some heads rolling on this. I said here, expect floods and cold to happen and less food. Gates can steal you. As you know, he's bought up a lot of farmland as well as some of the other elites, and they're ready to sell you water and food for it. This is all part of the master plan to control us even further. And they're probably kicking this into high gear now because Trump's got elected back in again. This is a crazy loony bins we got out there. So who's out there? Ooh, Shelley's there. How's it going? It's rare to see you around here. Nope, no glitching for me. You sound deeper, slightly tired. Yeah, I'm not sure why. But I could have a rough throat, I suppose. Speaking of which, I didn't get a drink. I have to grab one. Crazy, they're only doing it as they know people are noticing it now. Blocking out the sun. Yeah, no. Okay, we got to that. Blocking out the sun in the UK? Yeah. Have you only just heard about it? Was everybody invited to vote on it? No. So they're going to put some... They haven't said what it's made of, I don't think. I suppose we shouldn't really talk about it too much because, you know, certain people control censorship, and one of those is Gulag, as they call it. Not Google, but Gulag. Let's see. Look at their real goal. Global warming is a fraud. So
Michael
what
King
is there?
donated £20 through Super Chat. They put up solar panels, then decide to block out the sun. Yep, makes sense. They have been spraying for a long time. They are only now saying this to cover their track as the people are noticing it now.
Yeah, maybe. But I do know contrails of planes do block out a lot of the sun, and I'm pretty sure all this idea about clouds keeping in the heat is wrong as well. Because if that's the case, New Zealand would be nice and toasty all the time. Bill Girls wants to do mass extermination of people. I suppose we're not going to get any ads on this one. What exactly is Bill Gates standing as a climate scientist? I suspect it has to do with slipping money into the British politicians to let them F with our atmosphere. Yeah, but the thing is, it's going to affect the whole globe. Someone needs to stop it. The world needs to vote on this, not let elites decide. It's terrible. I'd like to go through and read all these comments though. I'll put a link to this one. And you can just add your stuff to it. Yeah, that's kind of scares me. I don't know about you guys, but that scares me what they're doing here. There's always side effects. It's just like taking pills from the doctor. There's always bad side effects, and I'm pretty sure this is going to muck up the whole world climate system. Just imagine if only America just got the rain and no one else got it because of what they're doing. Yeah, they're going to control the water, right? We'd have to get our special salt removing tools from and make water from the sea, I guess. Or use all those plastic bottles, you know, and you could fill it up half with water and it slowly heats up from the sun, if there is any. You know, it's going to affect food though. Once you've got a big cloud cover, there's going to be less energy getting to plants to absorb it to create it into food that we eat, and the animals eat that. So it's going to mess up everything. Why is it not allowing me to close that tab? Is that the one? Okay, we'll just post it anyway. Yes, just scroll back down here. As you know, I look at the sky a lot since I was a little boy. Yes, well, it's not so much chemtrails, but cloud seeding we do know happens, and they haven't really studied that, what's happening on bacteria in the soil, but apparently it kills the bacteria in the soil or mucks up its reproduction. I suppose they're trying to sterilize the whole planet so you can't have kids. Bill Gates is like an evil genius, isn't he? Everybody should be panicking about this. Yep. I wonder what Elon Musk thinks about it, because he could counteract what Bill Gates is doing. He needs his own team of fighters, you know, but like the A-team or whatever it is. What's that? The one with the what's his name? The Rocky guy in it, Stallone. The Depreciators, no, it's called, it starts with D anyway. What was that called? Dependables or something? Not the best of acting, but yeah, it was not bad action, I guess. You need a team like that you send in and take over. Anyway, better be careful what we say here. Did I post that? Too busy yakking. Okay. I suppose UK, is there any stupid donkeys that would allow this to happen? All being anti-Trumpers over there apparently, but the poll would say otherwise. Did it copy? Alright. Yeah, looks like it. Have fun posting on that one. What else come out? Oh, this too. Not suspicious at all, guys. Not suspicious at all. So, as you know, Epstein killed himself in jail, which we all believe. Hit by a bus last week, hospitalized in serious condition, and then she recovers, but then commits suicide this week. Does anyone believe this BS? So, as you know, Andrew has been lying through his teeth about this. And apparently that's her when she was younger, and she was living in Australia. So the news came out last night that she topped herself. And my sister says, that's a bit odd. I said, yeah, it's not suspicious at all, is it? Did you hear that she actually got hit by a car or something? And she says, no. So, yeah, that news didn't get around very well, did it? I'd like to see what the comments are on this one, too. What did I say? Yeah, not suspicious at all. Laugh out loud. FBI director, assistant director have blood on their hands. What's that got to do with it, mate? Those judges deserve everything they get, trying to use lawfare to corrupt America at the moment. That's nothing to do with it. It's more likely the people that the FBI are now currently going after with Trump behind it. It's more likely to be some of these judges working with elites, and also some of those corrupt lefties that constantly worried about Doge finding out their secret funds. That's the people that we need to worry about. These people are so brainwashed out there, you post a stupid comment like that. I am beyond angry right now. Where is our justice system? Well, it got destroyed with Biden, mate. No one believes it was suicide. Why haven't Trump released everything the government has on Epstein? It's coming. It's coming. And it's a few people that he still needs to clean the swamp from, I think. I think he's got a few backstabbers throwing cogs into the wheels and he's still not aware of it. Trump's got a lot of cleaning up to do. He's only been in 3 months, unfortunately, so it will be coming. That's her that they've been putting up on the news, so that's her older now. But anyway, something about UFOs. But I couldn't help bringing up those two things that just come out in the last 24 hours, so it had to be covered, I think. A school bus hit her car a little while ago. I thought it hit her, what they were saying there, but anyway. That sounds very much like what they did to John Mack. Apparently he crossed the wrong side of the road. But apparently there was, I remember I was doing that research on John Mack, and I found there was like 5 other people with the same name got killed the same day. Or died the same day. From some of them were a bit suspicious. So I don't know. Yes, it's all gone now, guys. We hope that Trump can turn it around. At the moment, we've got stupid terrorists trying to stop, put up the food prices by stopping the shipping getting through the canal. In both canals, actually. But anyway, the left won't have it. They think it's all to do with supporting Israel, when it's actually a lot more deeper than that. Israel benefits from it, of course. But yeah, if you've been following my Twitter account, you would have seen some things I posted on that, which I can't talk about here. It takes a lot of effort trying to put people right on politics in America, because they just don't understand their own politics. 50% of the country does, but the rest of them don't. They're still donkeys. So yeah, I think First Face has got some more crap there to look at. So the next news, back into space now. Exoplanet. So I'll just go through the posts I found, and then I'll go over Secure Team also included it for half the episode. so he didn't have to do too much work. Astronomers claim to have discovered major sign of alien life on a distant planet. First hints were seeing of an alien world. So obviously, you know, they get some graphs of elements in the atmosphere that they're looking for, and they work out that these particular chemicals can only be produced by biological life, mainly algae and sea, it turns out to be. What was I going to do from this one? Space turtles. I got space spiders around my house, but not turtles. They're fighting over which religion is the most peaceful. Yeah, that's it. Stupid Eastern versus Western religions. That's the problem. The rest of us that are not religious are stuck in the middle, unfortunately. So it's apparently 124 light years away. So if you're traveling at the speed of light, it's going to take you 124 years to get there. Yeah, I don't think so. I think there's I think that they might have something wrong here. So I started investigating this, thinking, well, there's obviously got to be closer planets than that with life on it in our galaxy, or everybody's wrong about speed of light and things traveling. As you know, you can accelerate a ship constantly, and eventually will reach the speed of light, even our conventional spaceships, or iron engines, as we talked about a few months back. But then you got to slow down. So do you start slowing down midway to your destination? And how do you not get destroyed by rogue rocks and meteorites and comets flying through your path while you're traveling at the speed of light? There's no way you're going to build a shield to stop a big 10-ton boulder going through the side of your ship, is there? So that idea's got to be scrapped. My idea of how they're using multiverses to jump in and out would be using like wormhole. Well, I call it plasma hole. The wormhole's really plasma, like a tornado, and it sort of sucks, creates a imbalance in dark energy or dark matter, where it wants to equalize out again, and so it creates a plasma which will suck the anomaly, which would be the spacecraft that's creating it, up this wormhole, plasma wormhole, and then it will go to the skin of the universe, which is actually shaped like a sphere, and enter the next universe, which is next to us, or actually we're inside it, or whatever. And then of course that, because we're all also spinning at probably a million miles an hour, the galaxy, the universe is spinning as well. If you're outside the sphere while it's spinning, you can travel quite a fast distance by the time you zoom back down again. So it's like if you go into orbit in the space station and then come down, you'll be in a different location on Earth within a matter of seconds, right? So yeah, that's the way you got to think of it, I think. Whether I'm correct or wrong, I don't know, but that's what I got in dreams after my alien visit. So yeah, looking at other problems here. Alien life. Scientists detect possible life-made gas on distant planets. The molecule only made by microbes on Earth. dimethyl sulfide has been detected on exoplanet K2-18b. Sounds a bit like a Doctor Who name, doesn't it? He's got a K9. It's 124 light years away and maybe a Haitian world. Haitian? Ocean covered, hydrogen rich and potentially habitable. James Webb data shows DMS, which is abbreviation for these chemicals, DMDS, methane and CO2 in its atmosphere across multiple instruments and wavelengths. Now, this has always been the problem of finding methane even in our own solar system on different planets. And it's always been suggested that maybe crude oil is not made by ancient microbes and ancient forests, or plankton or whatever it was back then, but is made by the planet itself, and may have also micro life inside in the earth itself that eats the rock and produces these carbon change. Now, a lot of people suggested this, that maybe the planets all have crude oil on them, and it can be regenerated as long as we don't use too much of it. That sort of blows this idea about getting rid of crude oil, doesn't it? But yeah, Elon Musk's rockets, he's looking at CO2 to create methane from it, which then puts into the rockets and sends back from Mars, because there's a lot of CO2 on planets as well. DMS has no known non-biological source on Earth. It's real. Something could be alive out there. But the signal is at 3 sigma. Scientists need 5 sigma to confirm. Stay tuned. So, yeah, what does that mean? Does that mean that, are they absolutely sure that some of these chemicals can't possibly be made? Let's see, let's do 3 sigma. See what it says here. So it's talking about stats. Okay, 3 sigma. I probably should know this from school. Probably forgotten it. Refers to the principle that in a normal distribution, approximately 99.7% of the data points will fall within the 3 standard deviations from the mean. The rule is also known as the empirical rule or the 6859599.7. I suppose you got to look at the charts of the distribution to make sense of it. So it doesn't sound too much. You need another 2 points on that. So yeah, I don't know. I suppose we're going to have to learn stats here. 3 standard, so we need 5. That's what they're saying. 5 standard deviations, so if we put 5 in, and so it's a result also known as a 5 standard deviation, blah blah blah. Very high degree of statistical significance. It means that an observer effect is highly unlikely to have occurred by random chance if the null hypothesis being tested were true, and the particle physics of 5 sigma result is the standard for declaring a discovery. So they shouldn't be blasting it out there until they got a 5 sigma by the sounds of it, doesn't it? Oh, we need a special guest that can come and explain all this to us. We need a maths expert and to come and break it all down properly so you can understand it. So, and they've got a thing here. A molecule only made by microbes on Earth has been detected. Okay, it's the same thing. Same thing. As soon as I see CNN there, I think it's fake news. So I don't know about you guys, but yeah, I just don't trust any mainstream media, especially NASA lately. NASA a wee bit suspect lately. Let's get the next one. So I did find a few experts out there on it. I'll just go through them. Okay, so NASA just found possible signs of life 128 light years away on planet K2. Okay, so that's the thing I use for my cover. Now, what's the reason I chose this one? Is it hot, single, and available? It's not NASA's discovery. So there you go. It's already fake news is wrong. There's a team of scientists based at Cambridge University, UK. So there you go. They're not even in America. Okay. That's probably why I included it. So just gonna clear up all the fake news out there. Next one. The gravity well is prohibitive. K2-18b is an ocean. Any life there is going to be aquatic. These parameters give good odds against them developing any kind of space travel. They are trapped on their planet, likely ignorant of other worlds. We have the advantage. So, yeah, if it's mostly heavy gravity, that makes it harder to get off the planet, doesn't it? Bigger mass.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. Check your side chat. Lots going on, tongue out.
No, there's going to be lots on the side chat because we're covering some hot topics here. From Bill Gates to exoplanets. So yeah, if you got a bigger mass, you're going to need bigger rocket engines to break free of that gravity, aren't you? So unless they're billions of years older than us and have developed maybe slower but maybe more advanced now. So yeah, what this guy's saying could be actually wrong. So yeah, so gravity is the problem. I think other people added to it here. Such a disturbingly human analysis. Well, I'm human. The gravity well probably only delays a heavy planet civilization time to space exploration by about 100 years relative to ours. So that's what I was just saying too. Pacific impulse isn't a problem once you have semi-portable fusion. This ocean world, no fire. How are they building fusion reactors when they can't even smell metal? So there's a lot of debates going on here. Judging by the difference in size of the planets, we would need exoskeleton robot suits. Well, we got that now. I'm sure Elon will sell it to you. Until a species adapted by growing large enough to compensate for the increased gravity. I'd rather have no gravity. I'm sure it would help my back problem, back pain and joints now we're getting older. So I'll just move on to the next one. Now the thing is, are they absolutely sure none of those chemicals can't be made without microbes? Is that really true as well? I don't know. But yeah, I'll check the side comments. Where are we going? Where do we get to last? Let's see. Bots. Zero time experience from light's perspective. You have a stalker. Yeah, Shelley's been around for a few years. We can't get rid of her. She put post up a few months ago. So where did we get to? About here. Okay, I'll just go through it. It's not cloud seeding, it's spraying aluminium and barium, or aluminum, as the Americans say. Unfortunately, the cloud seed chemicals are poisonous to bacteria. I went over that a couple of months back. But yeah, this experiment, I think everyone's saying it's going to use aluminum or aluminium. So I don't know if that's true or not. No, I'm alright, thanks. I was just asking if I need drink or food, but I can't really do that today. It's been stressful enough. Indispensables, is that what it was called? Had all these big names in it. I think it even had Arnold in it for a couple films, wasn't it? For about 10 minutes or whatever it is. It can't be legal. The government has zero rights to deprive humans of sunlight. How about all the plants? They have rights too. She put post up a few months back saying she isn't suicidal. Yeah, okay, we got the other topic. Yeah, bit strange, isn't it? If that's the case. School bus who, okay, I read that one out quickly. Probably a failed attempt, now they succeeded. This might do with Trump as well, remember that. I would start stocking up on long-term food. I keep telling Mum that too. I said, fill up another cupboard in the house with tinned goods. Baked beans are always good, and English corned beef is the best as well. Forget about spam, that's disgusting stuff. Food is going to get hard to get. So we already got the seas being poisoned around New Zealand of this algae bloom, which basically came about from pollution, wasn't it? So already we didn't have a oyster season, or mussel season even. I think the mussels are not also breeding because they're claiming that the sea has warmed up where they normally grow them by a couple of degrees, and they're not reproducing or whatever. So yeah, but this might be just a natural thing, you know. Climate change always happens, and man can't control it, even though Bill Gates thinks he can. It's only going to be a disaster if we try to do that. The only way you can control climate is build a glass dome right over your city. That's about all you could do. Then control it that way, you know, a bit like you would do on other planets, right? If you travelled at 100% the speed of light, it wouldn't take you 124 years. It would be like the zero time from your perspective. No, you're buying into the Einstein space-time nonsense. You guys got to think about it on the outside, because it's still going to take 124 years to get there. You know, you don't slow down. This idea that the time slows down and so your aging slows down is a load of nonsense there. Don't believe that for 1 minute. The only way you could slow down your death rate is to do work out hibernation, and they're getting close to that. They reckon they can extend human life up to 1,000 years. And I always said, could the alien greys be from another multiverse? And they did perfect it, because they're meant to live up to 800 years, right? And that's what they evolve into. And maybe they had some Bill Gates on their planet do experiments, and they lost their son, and that's why they now got big black eyes and big heads, because they live underground to try and keep warm. And they're using maybe lava thermal energy from the core planet to power energy to run UV lights to try and grow food underground. Who knows? I reckon I could write some good sci-fis. Who wants to team up with me and make one of the best sci-fi movies out there? Zero time is experienced from light's perspective. Funny enough. Yeah, if you want to go into the abstract thinking, I suppose, but yeah, don't buy into it. Because at the speed of light, time stops, distance shrinks. Nah, it's still going to take 124 years. I have no idea what you're talking about, Shaddy. Where's Shaddy? Yeah, Shaddy does talk some strange stuff at times. I'm going to hit a lot of likes here before tomorrow. We'll miss for first friend in ufology. Okay, we got another person here. Letro, how's it going? Also on YouTube. 3 and 6 Sigma are commonly used. We got a stats expert. Yay! I actually was quite good at stats, but I was just following all this maths and just filling in things. Understanding is another thing. Understanding how complex it is and all that sort of stuff. But I suppose when you think about it, it's not too hard, is it? Take a group of planets, and if they don't have the same sort of thresholds where we know there is life, which is Earth, we can only base it on Earth, then maybe they don't have life. So what else is causing these chemicals is the question. But I suspect that it's going to be DNA spread throughout the universe, and it's going to be light years away. So, and I believe that maybe planets do have life generated. But if you think about it, they say you need lightning and the right chemical mix. Well, you can get that underground too, couldn't you? You would get underground seas with the right soup, where inner core fusion happening could cause electrical currents to go through that sea and actually cause the molecules to, I don't know, fuse and become living. And we still don't understand what life is, or what the universe is, or what even our planet is, and what's our purpose. There's so many unknowns. And if you think about it too much, you'll go mad. Give me a 4. Impressively bad at math. Yeah, I was quite good at it, but I just can't stand it. So, I have to relearn it sometimes to do my show. Where I was talking about, what's that guy's name? The rocket scientist, or claimed to be a rocket scientist. Built a fusion rocket in his garage, which is a lot of bollocks as well. All these bollocks things out there. It's alright having thought experiments and tying it in with maths and science, but it doesn't mean that's real life, right? IPs and subnets I can do. Check your side chat. Okay, we're doing that. Won't be fusion power, it'll be antimatter. Yeah, I don't believe in antimatter. So when they created it at CERN, right, they created an electrical field, and they bang the atoms together and cause them to spin, change their spin and internal, what I call fractal energy, and they call it antimatter because it's got the opposite charge, right? And they can keep it in that electrical field indefinitely and keep collecting it. Blah blah blah. I just don't believe in antimatter. I believe there might be smaller and smaller particles out there. But even that could be a limit to that. Yeah, I think once we understand what Tesla was working on with the radiant energy from what he called the ether, which I believe is dark matter, and the dark energy he discovered is radiant energy from atoms itself. So he always made this saying, the crazy statement that the sun's absorbing more energy than it's releasing. So atoms are always absorbing energy, this dark energy, but also releasing it. Probably at a different harmonic resonance frequency, right? So it goes in and comes out. And he discovered he can capture that with some certain material he made. Probably a mixture of alloys, because alloys are like metal is crystal, right? And he was then converting that back into electron current. He was saying there's two forms of electricity. There's electron current and there's radiant energy. But anyway, we've covered that over the past. I won't go over it again. Clouds are seeded with silver nitrate. Yep. And it's toxic to bacteria. We have covered it in past shows. But they were looking at some other chemicals for cloud seeding, which are probably equally as bad. No time dilation is 100% real. So like it's traveling. Yeah, well, I've talked about that in the past many times too, that the satellite's losing time or whatever. Can be explained. They reckon they shield those atomic clocks from the Earth's magnetic field. But at all levels, right? If you can imagine that dark energy and dark matter exists, then what's blocking that going into the atoms on that atomic clock? And are they affected also by magnetic fields and something spinning around? So there's all sorts of these unknowns. So they've proven that from the electric universe, using plasma universe, because everything's plasma in the universe, that any light passing close to a sun bends. But that can be done with refraction through plasma gas field. So there's two conclusions. You got Einstein's one and you got this one. Obviously they both can't be correct, so which one's likely to be more correct? Because you could actually duplicate what they're saying with plasma in a lab and send light and see if it bends. Anyway, don't want to get too technical here. Extremely low amounts, but it's measured. Yes, it is measured, but what's causing it? It's not bent space. Space travel is still not practical in Einstein's relativity. Too much time distortion. Well, that's I think Einstein wasn't really happy with his space-time, but once he got it out there and people just took to it, there's no way putting the genie in the bottle again. The thing is, Einstein is not entirely wrong, obviously, and Tesla's not entirely right. But in between those two great minds, I'm pretty sure if they worked together, they would have come up with the actual real solution. So Tesla didn't see the atomic bomb test because he died. I think he may have died just before it happened, didn't it? Can't remember now. But I think Einstein got to see it before he died. But what was I going to say? Tesla didn't like Einstein's relativity, and at the same time Tesla would come out with a paper on gravity that no one took to because they're more interested in what Einstein was saying with the new idea concepts. But you know, Tesla was one that experimented in the lab and can reproduce it, right? But he probably wasn't 100% correct. But I think he may have been, mostly, because when he talks about gravity being the flow of radiant energy or the flow of dark energy into an atom, as you can imagine, it's like a stream. So the more atoms you have, the more absorption of this energy from the universe is happening. So it's creating a gravitational field. It's like you getting grabbed. You know, your atoms are being sort of attracted in the flow. So that's what gravity is. That kind of makes more sense to me. And that could be explaining why some things spin in opposites, and explains a lot more things to me. It seems more practical than trying to imagine that space is curved even though you can't see it. But yeah, anyway, eventually we'll probably find out the rule. Turret Destroyer, how's it going? Sounds like that one can go. I'm not interested in about camel toes. Yeah, how can we get rid of comments here? Delete message. I'm not sure if you can block. You probably can block. I used to fly a lot and expect they added a couple of phantom sections to my life. Yeah. Maybe. But also you're getting more radiation because you're higher up. So that's probably ruined your life, aged you even more. Rather than increased your age, you've actually reduced it. But again, how does dark energy affect the atoms in your body when you're higher up? So there's more questions than answers. But there are some scientists that are thinking the same line, that maybe Einstein isn't correct, and they want a way to try and detect dark matter and dark energy, how it could affect atomic clocks in space. And I think that's a really good good line of thinking, or they may discover something new out of it. Anyway, we'll be forever talking today on this. Find a new pair. Yeah. Never trust a camel. Well, they say never trust an Arab, because if you sleep in, they'll cut your throat. You ever seen those movies where the plane crashes in the desert? And they're very careful about the nomads, Arabs in the desert. So one guy goes, says he's a survivor from a plane crash, and they cut his throat. What was that movie? It was really good. In the end, they managed to jerry-rig an engine on bits and pieces of a wing of the plane. Managed to get it balanced, and then eventually they found enough fuel left to maybe fly it to get closer to a city. Can't remember what it was called now. It's a really good movie. So we pass on the camels for now. They measure the vibration of atoms. The cesium atoms vibrate times per second. It's only when they are going to high speed that they go out. But how'd you know? Have you travelled at light speed to find out? Agree to disagree there, but worth a discussion. When I worked in aviation, our time standards were based on ruby and durnium. All to do with their drift. Anyway, well, we'll just carry on. You sound intelligent. That's because he agrees with you, so you're gonna be on his side. Okay. Oh, what's happened? Now I've got a problem. It's not responding to the magnifier. What's that? Okay, now it's coming back. Let me fix that up. Looks like I clicked the wrong button on the mouse and it's activated something else. There we go. Well, okay, have we got to the bottom of the comments yet? Are we going to debate Einstein's theories and spacetime? Core experience, embedded microcontrollers and digital electronics. Yeah, I can't say I'm much of an electronics fan, but I do fix and try to fix things, circuit boards and stuff. But yeah, my eyes and hands are no good anymore, so I've given up. I grew up on the ZX Spectrum 8-bit micro, and basically I tore that little PC to bits and even figured out how to repair it and solder things on and make external devices on it. Before MIDI was invented, I modified a synthesizer and had a ribbon cable coming out of it that was attached to the Spectrum keyboard. And when you press the keys on the synthesizer, it was like using a keyboard on the computer, and I could measure the time between the presses and you could record the notes. But yeah, then MIDI come out, and then the MIDI interface for the Spectrum come out, and we sort of moved on from that. But yeah, it was fun mucking around in the old days with old computers. They call it hardware hardware hacker. That was it. That's where the term hacker originally come in, was the hardware hacking. But then software hacking come in. Anyway, back onto the exoplanet and UFOs. There probably is not life on K2. Did we read this one? Okay, they're talking about the Sigma again. The reading on DMS is only 2.4, so it's less than 3 even, whereas 5 Sigma is needed to verify a reading. Even if DMS is on the planet, it's not a valid biosignature, as it can be made without life. That's what I was saying. So how can it be made without life? Let's talk about the claims. So we'll probably have to watch that. So that one might be worth sharing to you guys to go and listen to that argument. I'll just post it here. Hopefully that's still working. We had so many technical problems today. That's crazy. Life DMS debate. I wonder if you can look it up. I'll probably have to use the full name, wouldn't I? It's a horrible name to spell. DMS. Is it fully microbe? made. So this is what I keep saying about fake news. You always got to verify and fact check things. Let's see if AI understands what I'm saying. While micros play a significant role in DMS production, it's not entirely micro-made. DMS is a volatile compound produced by the breakdown of dimethylonide sulfone. I'm going to give up on that. DMSP, which is primarily synthesized by phytoplankton and other marine organisms. Bacteria then metabolize this DMSP, releasing DMS. But what else causes it? Embodic processes like photochemical reactions can also contribute to DMS production. Okay, so we need to understand more, I suppose. So bacteria converts it into DMS. Okay, what's this one here? Photochemical reactions and the oxidation of DMSO can also contribute to DMS production. So just normal chemical reactions. So how come that wasn't brought up on the news channel, you know? Other contributions. Well, micros are a major source. DMS can also be produced from other sources such as methylmethionine SMM, sounds like they're talking about sex, X, and diethyl sulfide oxide, DMSO. Overall, DMS is a product of both biological and biotic processes. Blah. Ambiotic. Is that how you say that? No. Abiotic. This is why I hate science, with all these big words they like to make up. Anyway. That's what I always hate about medications too. They like to use big names on that. And they say, oh, what medications you taking? Oh, I don't know. One's for blood pressure, one for cholesterol, one for this. So you learn those short names like statins and April. What is that one? Clara April. I know it's got April on the end. So I just memorize it that way. So there you go. So we got all the Exoplanet out the way with, I think. We're on to Skinwalker Ranch, was it? Oh no, it could be another one here. Let's have a look. No, there's another one. Scientists have detected potential biosignals. Okay, so here they say potential. That kind of suggests it's not absolute. In the atmosphere of exoplanets, these compounds on Earth are primarily produced by marine. So there you go. At least this one's been more honest. So what news channel was that from? It doesn't say, does it? Could be this guy posting it, right? While not definitive proof of life, discovery marks a significant step in the search for extraterrestrial life. Yeah, so if they got a 5 Sigma, I suppose that rules out it being done by natural processes, right? So that's where the stats come into it. And of course, we don't know any other planets to base it on apart from Earth. So you can see where things go wrong. Until we get out in space and start exploring and studying other planets, it's going to take lots of billions of humans, millions of years to piece it all together. We're just like primates still. Most of our technology has developed in the last 150 years, right? So exponential growth. Is fusion power on the horizon? Probably is. They're not too far off it, are they? To make it feasible. More energy out than they put in. I still think, what is it? What's that? Dyson sphere. Is a good idea. Start building solar panels around another star and beam it as a laser beam towards Earth, and where you collect it and then send it down to Earth. Because if you got a star that's not actually developing a solar system of life, you could probably pinch quite a lot of it and reuse it ourselves. Bill Gates won't be around then. It'll be some other elite person, or we'll be all killed out by war or starvation from Bill Gates' experiment. Yeah. So we're done with that, I think. Yay, they're saying. Oh no, there's another one. What was anything on this one? Saying the same things, I think. So, we got some other information here. Apparently, it smells like garlic. Often used in food additives, widely produced by bacteria, fungi, and plants and animals. While these molecules are strongly linked to biological processes here on Earth, we have to be really careful the same assumptions hold everywhere else, which is basically what I was saying. Also, it's about 8.6 times heavier than Earth, meaning significantly higher gravity. So we got some sort of Asian girl covering that. I thought her write-up was actually quite good here. Leslie's just trying to promote her YouTube channel. And now we got Secure Team's take on it, which is really basic compared to what I just went through. But we'll have a look at his stupid UFOs now. And before I move on though, I will just update and check up on the comments here. I probably only need to go to the toilet actually. That was the start of my IT career. Okay, what do I miss? Talking about old computers, are we? Built that 360 DX40. I blew the motherboard by bolting it straight onto the case. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done anything that crazy. Alright, it will be faulty once you bolt it to a case though. Yes, I'm old. Yeah, we all are getting old. But we're the generation that made what the world is today. Alright. Some were lucky enough to be born with into money, so they could actually use it to develop companies like Elon. Is he meant to be such a high IQ though? 140 or something like that? Elon Musk? I know I've measured myself several times. Always seems to range from 115 all the way up to 125. So I don't consider myself like a genius or anything, but it's funny how when someone wants help with technical things, like my mother and sister, they scream at me to do it. Anyway, I'll just be back in a minute. Yeah, so all week I've been setting up my sister. Last week I was setting up my sister's home theatre, so I had to learn all the new technology around home theatre and what 3.1 and 5.1 and 7.1 means. So it just means the number of speakers, basically. how they keep adding more speakers to give it more realistic sound from above and from behind. But then Mother liked my sister's setup so much that she decided to go and buy a LG 75-inch TV as well. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, you better get a sound bar, because the speakers in TV sound absolute crap. So she got a sound bar, but she didn't buy the one I said to get, and didn't come with an app. Some stupid Samsung sound bar. So she bought, I said to get a JBL one, but anyway, it doesn't matter. I got it working. It's not as good as it could be. Anyway, I'll be back in a tick, guys. We'll just gotta relieve this bladder, because I spent an hour, wasted an hour trying to fix all the technical problems on this. I'll turn the audio off and just bring up the brake thing. I think that works, doesn't it? Still? I don't know. Is it working? Do I have to untick it again? Anyway, I need to change the front of that video at some stage. It's got the old show times. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, let's see if we can end this. Oh shit, where's my mouse gone? Everything's playing up today.
You are listening to the
I forgot to halt it first. We got some music. You're listening to the Out There channel, you crazy people. That's what it should say. Anyway, at least I'm not a boring person like this guy. I got more three-dimensionalness to me. This guy just spouts bullshit and fear-mongering. Anyway, let's dive into it. See some comments come up. Causing a bit of a stir out there today, am I? That was the start of my... Yeah, okay, taking a break. Morrison, it was on redacted that the government emits space and time can't be controlled. That guy's turned into a shield promoter though, hasn't he? I've seen that. It was taken out of context, by the way. Anyway, let's dive into this. I might have to turn it down a bit. He'll probably cover this.
Or should we grab our...
We'll just skim what he did here. Is it too loud? Turn it down just a tab there.
Foil hats? I don't know. Well, let's see.
Listen to this. A team at the University of Cambridge.
We found the strongest evidence to date of possible biological activity on an exoplanet.
Here's some news you...
So it just shows you, we got the truth now of all the niggles, right? Now we're going to listen to all the fake news, how they don't do any background research into it and they just spout whatever comes across their desk, right?
You probably did not expect to hear tonight. Scientists say they've encountered the strongest evidence for alien life on a planet 120 light years from Earth. Researchers say the planet named K2-18b.
Tracy and Daybreak, thank you, Jordan. We turn now to a possible sign of life beyond Earth. Scientists say using the James Webb Telescope.
This discovery is really leading the charge of looking at the evidence of life that's there. So we look at these exoplanets and we're just making these small steps.
So you can see how he's just gone through all the news clips and just joined it together here for a quick add-on to his episode today to give it over 10 minutes. What are we up to? 16 minutes. So you could put more ads into it, basically.
Steps towards that big question that all of us have: is there life beyond Earth?
Hey, what's up, guys? Tyler here with...
What's up, guys? Tyler's back.
Secure Team. So, real quick, before we get...
Secure Team. Such a stupid name. How did he come up with that? What's that got to do with UFOs and all that? Why choose the name Security? If anything, he's insecure. Insecure Team.
Into the insane UFO clips that I've got lined up for you today.
Okay, so this is why I'm playing it, because he's bullshitting about the bullshit that he's got coming up, and when you see it, it's just absolutely laughable. Saying he's thinking that these are insane UFOs that he's got videos of, when they're just clearly mundane, explainable stuff.
I wanted to touch on this headline that's been blowing up across the news over the past 24 hours or so. You've probably already seen it with titles and headlines such as signs of alien life discovered on a distant planet. But if you haven't, let me break it down for you in a nutshell. So, scientists using the James Webb Space Telescope may have picked up some very unusual chemical signals in the atmosphere of a planet called
so may have. Well, I think they have detected the chemicals, but he's not talking about the stats deviation, sigma and all that, right? Which makes more sense. Now we understand it all.
22-18b, about 120 light years from planet Earth. It's what they call a Hycean world, likely covered in oceans and shrouded in a thick hydrogen-rich atmosphere. Basically, a super Earth that could potentially...
hydrogen-rich. So if it was producing oxygen with that would be a big boom. Yeah, so if there was life, how come it's not producing oxygen as well? So it must be all sort of like plankton. It must be like plant life, right? But then wouldn't the byproduct be oxygen? So how does that work? Good question, isn't it? Maybe there's so much hydrogen that the oxygen layer is a thin layer that's being sort of blocked by the hydrogen that surrounds it in the atmosphere. So maybe it's producing so much hydrogen from the sea itself being broken down. Yeah, kind of makes you think though, doesn't it? Something's not quite right here.
Potentially support life. Now, what they found were traces of methane, carbon dioxide, and something called dimethyl sulfide, or DMS. On Earth, DMS is only...
It almost sounds like the names they give drugs, doesn't it? DMT and all that.
only produced by living organisms, mostly marine life, things in our oceans. So yeah, naturally, that's triggered all the alien headlines, and I can understand why. However, I don't want to get carried away just yet, which is why I'm only touching on this briefly, as I know most of you have already heard about it, but the detection isn't 100%.
I'd say most of his fan base probably don't even listen to news, so they probably haven't heard any of this.
100% confirmed. It's hovering around a 3 sigma confidence level. That means it's promising.
He's talking about the sigma, so he's obviously done a bit of reading like we just did.
But not ironclad. These signals could also come from...
But he's not explaining it though.
Non-biological sources like volcanic or chemical reactions. And so I'm showing you on the screen here some artist renditions.
So basically he's been fairly truthful, hasn't he, on that bit. But he's using it as a padder. Okay.
I find it a little ironic and interesting that the same kinds of molecules, methane, phosphine, even...
But didn't he have a strange heading on this? NASA is distracting you to hide this. So he's saying this front bit here is a distraction to all the UFO stuff. And what a clickbait heading is that, right? Has it really resulted in many clicks though? Yeah, it's increased his views a wee bit, you know. But anyway.
Sulfur compounds, when they show up here on Earth in the aftermath of reported UFO landings, strange sky phenomena, or unexplained sightings, they're pretty much instantly brushed off. But when they show up 120...
I don't think they are brushed off, are they? I think there's a lot of us out there that sort of look into it and debunk it and explain what it is. But those people that are watching them as a fan base wouldn't know that. NASA is meant to be now in the UFO gang, right? So, but they haven't. It still hasn't been public information, has it? Like there should be like a news feed that they produce saying, we had a UFO alert 5 PM yesterday, and this is what it turned out to be, a meteorite or whatever, you know. This should be like a news feed like that from NASA, and the government should be funding it, you know. Or there should be, we detected a UFO and it turned out to be a Chinese spy balloon, and so on. But they don't. I'm pretty sure the Defense Department doesn't want that sort of information being on a feed, though, because it could end up being one of their experiments. Oh, we got a UFO here, but we're not allowed to talk about it because it's a secret program. You know, and how do you get around that? You know, so it can only be transparent so much. Even today, even of the Trump government, they're just not going to come clean on the 1% unknown UFO stuff, right?
20 light years away, suddenly it's breaking news and everyone's excited. So why is it only believable when it's not happening in our backyard and is 120 years in the past? And that brings me to this.
So they're already putting up CGI videos of crop circles, right? And this is well known to be debunked. But there's people that will be watching him that don't know this is actually a CGI fake, and the guy's admitted to faking it.
Yes, we've been documenting unexplained aerial craft, UAPs, UFOs.
So you should have the word least fake or reenactment or something on this video that is shown here, just to let people know.
Whatever you want to call them, strange visitors, and what amount to off-world, otherworld.
So what is he doing here? Alien ship flying over moon surface. Shadow of long ship. And I think what we got here wasn't it 2 planes that were passing? And one was creating a contrail. And what looks like a shadow is actually a contrail of one plane and a darker contrail of another plane, and you don't see the planes, right? The funny thing is, I'm not sure where he's got that bullshit from, but it's probably from one of his past live shows, right? The thing is, if where's the light source to cast that shadow, right? It doesn't look like it's illuminated. It looks like it's like a sky watcher. It looks very unclear, unsharp image, right? And who's to say it's not fake as well?
Structures on our moon and planet Mars for decades. There is a...
And now he's got the blue UFOs again, is it? I'm not sure. It could be. We already talked about that the last few live shows, that it's caused by the film rolling on the rollers causing a charge build-up. And they thought they got rid of it, but it still produced enough energy on the rollers to cause a spark and cause that on the cause it to appear on the film. And the 3 things was very common.
A literal mountain of footage, imagery, satellite.
We've been through these ones too. These put up as monoliths, which is really just missing data. Where the black is completely missing data, and the white is color information lost. You can see the shadows here are pretty short as well, and looks like they're more of a straight one. This seems to be going on an angle, but of course that can, as we know, shadows can be misleading because of the surface is rounded and it can bend the shadows, right? So that's what you call a pareidolia effect due to missing data. Our brains want to see that as a monolith stuck in the soil casting a shadow. But there's plenty of other examples where it's not as clear cut as this one. Well, I mean, it's not as clear. This one's not as clear cut as some of the other ones, which show it's actually missing data. So if you go have a look around on that particular image that he's taken here, look around the planet, you'll find a lot of these all over the place where you get missing data. And it looks like white blobs and black blobs. So some of this will be shadow. See, that's a different color here. Alright, you can see that's obviously data there because it's creating a shadow inside what looks like a crater, and here looks like obviously the data got lost. So looking at this, you can see that the satellite probably was you can see there's a missing bit there, data, 1 pixel. You can see the satellite would have been passing this way several times, building up the image, and for some reason that data got lost, because when it transmits it doesn't have error correction. We're talking about old spacecraft in space back then, had limited error correction, could only store so much information before transmitting it. Let's just carry on.
Complex chemistry on distant worlds. Some brand new UFO footage for the rest of today's
yeah, now we get
video.
onto the UFO
let's
stuff.
Jump into the first clip.
Yeah, we'll just have a look at it. We'll probably roll it back, but you can see it's filmed on a smartphone. It's portrait mode, and you can see it's pretty hazy. So we're not going to expect too much from this video.
Overlooking Salt Lake, mid-September.
And that's in Salt Lake, huh? So it's going to be a lot of dust in the atmosphere as well.
We got this. It appears to be...
Can we see anything? Aha, there we go.
Shaped, gray.
Out of focus. Triangle shape, huh? So what do man make that form triangles? Bunches of balloons, heart-shaped balloons, and actual triangle-shaped balloons. So let's have a look at this. And also planes, of course, but this is clearly hovering or moving slowly with the air currents. Out of focus, in focus, out of focus, in focus. Oh, where's it gone?
It's moving.
Yeah, what's he done? Okay, it looks like he's split the screen. So what does it look like so far? Let's just keep on watching it. You can see it looks like it's rotating funny, if it's going to be a craft. And it's always this TR3B, never fly on the side like this. And it looks to me like it's got some shading difference right in the middle there, suggests that it's not... it looks like some of the sky's breaking through in the middle there, if you have a look. And it's not nice straight sides either. That one's curved slightly this way, that one's sunken in that way. And that one looks like it's curved that way. That's a funny shape craft if it is, you know. It's distorted, it doesn't look like it's symmetrical, and it looks like it might have a hole in the middle that's shining the sky through. So that sort of rules out it being a balloon of a heart shape. So it looks like it could be multiple objects tied together here. So it looks like a sphere balloon, sphere balloon, sphere balloon. Maybe some other balloons all tied together here. So let's see if it distorts and whatnot, like a bunch of balloons might do.
Of course it is, come on.
Okay, see how it's rotating?
What else would it be?
This is his super duper UFO footage that he's got coming up after the fake news from NASA about life on another planet. Hey, it looks like it's changed shape there. Oop. Shape shifting is really balloons. Where's it disappeared to? Let's zoom out again. It's moved over here all of a sudden. And it's gone again. He's moving the camera all over the place. Let's move that again. Okay, he's got it going down lower now. We want to just keep an eye on it, looking for clues.
We're looking Salt Lake.
Looks like that went downwards there for a minute.
Mid-September.
Kind of suggests it's independent objects tied together. Look, that's distorting here, like one's breaking away here. Where's it gone now?
Got this thing in the sky. It looks like a
triangular,
kind of like a
it's wobbling back and forth. Look, it's going back and forth, back and forth. And it's forming a more break in the middle there. Looks like 3 different objects now, doesn't it?
Shape. It's not moving. It's just...
it's probably a still desert. Early morning, is it? What did it look like? Evening or morning? So the air currents will be pretty. At night time, the air currents tend to drop off because there's no sun energy pushing. Heating up the ground and all that sort of business, right?
Just kind of floating there.
Which balloons tend to do. See how it's wobbling? Just like balloons would be in a small breeze, right? Oh, I've lost it. Where's it gone now? Oh, here it is. Oh. I'm going to have to go back out again. Moved it over this way. Look, it's wobbling that way now too. Left and right wobble. You said it was stationary. It's not. You can hear the wind at the ground level there on his microphone. And as we know, every 500 feet, the air currents change.
Hello.
100% a bunch of balloons, isn't it? It's the only thing that can be on that list. It's not BlackOps, it's not a TR3B. He's losing focus of it now. He's playing this whole video where you don't really need to play anymore. We've really sussed it out. Still going.
2022, and it's a classic black triangle hit and run type clip that is a total head scratcher, as pictured in the footage looping for you now. We witness a typical sunset.
He's trying not to laugh, I'm pretty sure. I can see he's probably smiling when he's reading out his own bullshit script.
Over downtown Salt Lake City, the skyline lit orange and hovering.
Yeah, his voice sounds like he's trying to hold back laughter.
Just above those high rises is a semi-transparent.
There's probably his wife standing there listening to it and pulling faces at him.
Wedge-shaped UFO craft about the size of a small airliner, roughly 60 to 75 feet tip to tip.
There's no way you can determine the size from that. No way. Unless you got laser LiDAR ranging system. Or some sort of other GPS tracking on it.
Holding position at an estimated 1,300 foot ceiling. No road.
Oh, there you go. I was talking about 500 feet and 1,000 feet, right? The air currents change.
Rotor wash, no nav lights, dead silent. Notice that in every frame, the triangle glides with that almost wavy ripple we've seen in other UAP captures, where it then...
Oh, right, he's trying to... Well, what's that?
Eases north.
We got a bird, is it? Looks like a bird flapping past the balloon. I was probably looking at it. It's probably a falcon or something.
Before fading from view like someone dialed down the opacity. It's broad daylight. If this were a secret...
This guy's good at bullshit scripts. He always wanted to be a movie script writer or actor. or a movie producer. That's what he had on his resume, you know, that I show on one of my episodes, right?
USAF TR-3B test run, flying a classified platform over a major metro at golden hour, is basically waving a neon sign that says, "Look up." Yet the craft's clear central hump matches eyewitness accounts from Belgium 89, Phoenix 90.
So there's 3 balloons. That's out of focus and far away, so we've got no detail, right?
7, and countless black project rumors.
Just imagine if this guy didn't have a smartphone, actually had a P1000, you could just zoom on that and you could probably read the letters printed on the side of the balloon. It probably says "Happy Birthday, Dad" or something.
Coincidence or calling card. And here's the kicker. The object's apparent translucence rules out conventional stealth coatings or drone skins. It's behaving more like adaptive camo or a field-bending drive. Either the Pentagon's mastered
I reckon he's using AI to write that, isn't he? Can you write me a script that talks about a TR-3B using scientific terms? Or it probably would come up with something, wouldn't it? We should try it one day, shouldn't we?
next-gen cloaking tech and didn't brief the mayor, or we just got another glimpse of whoever's been cruising Earth's no-fly list for decades. Classified triangle or bona fide extraterrestrial, because this sighting hits every
He should be working for CNN, mate. They get paid a lot of money, they do. They get like $100,000 a day.
Box for a real deal.
Mind you, he was getting that also from his YouTube channel at one stage, so...
UAP, daylight visibility, structured craft, multi-angle video...
Well, he wasn't getting that much, but he was getting that a month at least.
Getaway. So, tell me what you think about this one.
Balloons till the cows come home.
So, lastly to...
Okay, we got another one. I better catch up on the side comment before we move on to the next one. Okay, what do we got? The super zoom is working really good now. I don't know what's going on. I think I was doing some background jobs or something. Okay, always open to be wrong though. I just read something after it and it made sense, but my memory, like a 8-bit spectrum. I always remember a friend of mine saying something about UFOs. He said if they want to hide, why have lights? And if he's correct, but when I think back to my experience, there was 0 lights. And you see it after the eclipse happened. Yeah. And the ones with lights are probably our technology, right? And the ones that don't have lights are probably theirs. But if you look at that Skywatcher video of the UFO sucking up water that I've got, all you can see is lights. You can't even see the skin of the craft. You can't even see reflections of the lights, which tells me that it's legit, because all those big spotlights would cause and water would cause reflection of the water back onto the skin of the craft, and you would see some outline happening, and we don't see anything in that video. So I believe it's a legit video for that purpose alone, just on the reflections in that video, despite MUFON and other so-called experts that denied it being a legit video. They don't know what they're talking about. But that just shows me that they do need light themselves, or some light, to be able to see. So they can't, even if they've got big black eyes, they can't see perfectly at night, but they can see obviously better than we can on low light. Of course, then you got the mantis, and the mantis may not have similar eyes to the greys. That also seemed to be in that video, the mantis at the end. So who's the real boss, you know, because in that video the grey was at the pilot window and the mantises were gradually moving towards him. There was 2 of them, I think, moving towards him after he flashed the torch at the UFO. But then something spooked him, and then suddenly they were gone. But then he stopped the video, so we don't know. They may have still been left behind, but I don't think so. They probably got recalled. They got what they wanted and had to get out of there. Maybe, I think he said there might have been some helicopters that he saw earlier. Maybe the military are trying to hunt it down. But anyway, interesting video, that one. And it was near where the sun was. No lights, just a very silver slim disc. Yeah, but my friend was right. Why have lights of solar lights? I think the lights, well, they're using red. It's because red reuse at night time too, so it doesn't disturb wildlife, because a lot of the eyes don't see reds. They see blues and whites. So using red lights would make sense, because they want to be visible, just so that other things don't crash into them, I would say. But also, the light system would be part of the sensor system too, I think. Ranging, you know, a bit like lasers, you know, ranging distance from the ground, because they're moving at such fast speed, right? And of course, we also say that there's positive light. So if we're talking about symmetrical particles, then their light might actually be, they've figured out how to do positive photons rather than negative photons, blah blah blah. And they found that it can actually be used to attract matter. So if you think about it, you know, light hits us and absorbs into our atoms, but is there a way for it to be like a big magnet? If you shine it at it, the atoms get sort of like connected to it, and then they can reduce the light beam, so it's actually pulling them towards the craft, like a crane. Yeah, we're going to sort of thinking out the box here. But anyway, well, one day we might find out, who knows. No reason for it really, unless it's effect from the propulsion. I think some of those TR3Bs are ours. There may be some are not, but the ones with the 3 lights in the corner, I think is ours. And maybe our government, above top secret, are working with the aliens, and they fly together in these craft using, I don't know, the TR3Bs. Remember that crop circle case MUFON did that stuffed it up? Had that girl, what was her name? Chase, or whatever her name was. She went to investigate a crop circle that was happening, and the farmer, well, the person that owned the property was a country singer, famous country singer, that's what we found out. Said they appear every night and see UFOs above the crop circles. And they went to a crop circle and ran into the alien grey by pure chance. When they saw the TR3B heading towards them, the cameras would stop working. Surprise, surprise, and they started running off back to the car, and this alien grey was in their way, and they all slammed on their brakes. I'm not sure if you've seen the episode, but you should go back and have a listen to it. So it's quite a good one. But anyway, so they got no pictures of this TR3B or the alien grey in the field, and MUFON could have broke that case back in 2010, I think it was. Now Mojo's one was 2011. So this makes you think, doesn't it?
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat. If their point is to remain hidden, they would find ways to not have lights for sure. I think you are right. The light ones are ours. Tongue
Yeah.
out feeling generous tonight and got paid lol.
Yeah, well, don't just keep paying me. Keep some for yourself. Thanks a lot anyway. I wish other people would donate so you don't have to donate so much. You could just do $1 donations and stuff instead then. But yes, I definitely need it. It looks like I'm going to have to fix up the Raspberry Pi yet and all that. So I've at least I got the backup there already. But yeah, I'm not sure what's going on there with the slowness now. The Raspberry Pi was the experiment idea, using a fast, low-cost server for a restreaming server. It's been working quite good for a year now, isn't it? So I suppose we get to that year thing when things go wrong. But anyway, yeah. What else was we looking at here? Yeah, I think it's to do with ranging. The light. The light is it's got special usages, and it makes sense that if you have lots of blinking lights on it, who's going to believe you? You know, they think, oh, the human's going to see all these blinking lights and he's going to report it, and everyone is going to think they're crazy, right? So that's another thing. It could be part of them having a sense of humor and trying to make it look like it's so ridiculous that no one's ever going to believe if they saw the craft in the first place. So that's another possibility, of course, you know. And they might have my sense of humor. If I build a UFO, it'd probably have disco lights and some speaker system on it. Play some music as you're flying overhead. What would be a good soundtrack? You could play some soundtrack from sci-fis, you know, the eerie music. Woo! Scare the people on the ground. I saw this UFO, it's like a disco ball in the sky, and it was playing Elvis Presley. They were playing Close Encounters theme music. Oh yeah, what have you been drinking now, mate? What have you been smoking? Anyway, on to the next balloon video, I guess. Let's have a look. Is it a bug on a car window? No, it looks like we've got a chemtrail or contrail, an uneven one going down the side here. So that means there's going to be a plane in this video. Let's see, he's got an arrow somewhere. Oh, there it is. Could be a balloon. Looks like it's lower down to me because it's the focus is not the same as the contrail, and that's got to be way up there. And you can't see the plane, it's only going to be a couple of pixels in front there. So let's just play this one and see where it's going to go. Alright, you've got an arrow to it. Is that the one I saw? Because I see that one there too. Which kind of suggests to me that it could be a bunch of balloons, right? Is there any other ones that you may have not seen? This is where the super zoom comes in really handy, right? And I probably... it's on HD, I forgot to check. I always keep forgetting to check that in case Google turns it off again. Can't see any others, but anyway, it looks familiar. Didn't we cover this one the other day? And we said it's most likely a bug or whatever, a balloon or whatever it was that day.
Today, I'd like to feature for you guys a very intriguing UFO clip that was sent to me via Gmail, which is where I get a lot of UFO.
He never looks at his Gmail, for Christ's sake. He just goes through Reddit. He finds most of his stuff from Reddit. But, yeah. He probably got an email from his cousin. What's his name? Nocturnal News Guy. Feeds him stuff, right? especially NASA stuff. Both of them sort of talk about exactly the same thing all the time.
UFO footage, and if you have footage or strange news of your
I'll
own,
just
all of
zoom in
that
again.
info is down in the video description of all my videos, but this was sent to me by user GuffGoldG, where he states with the footage in his initial email, quote, "Please
When he showed
analyze
us the
this
email,
video. I saw this
with
jet
bits blacked
airplane
out.
coming
He doesn't, does
overhead
he?
in the sky suddenly, and I thought it looked cool, but I was wondering if that is a bird following it, or possibly something else." So before we go further, here is.
So why would you say bird? You know, because he knows it's not going to be a bird. It's going to be a balloon.
Michael King donated £1 through Super Chat.
Very funny, because I said that. Oh, you ain't got a message with it. Your impression of him again, I love those. What's that, yes?
Clip, and I want you to notice that as the plane passes over, there appears to be a dark object following along
We saw two dark objects
with it throughout the clip.
That's because we got super zoom. Yeah, so you can see it's filmed on a phone again. So we got spud cam footage of a plane that's way up there. It's moving quite fast, so it must be coming down on an angle.
So I emailed the viewer back and essentially told.
See, normally this is flying horizontal, but it seems to be moving quite fast, that plane. Unless it's been sped up. I never thought about that before in this particular video. May have been messed around with.
Michael King donated £1 through Super Chat.
Thanks, mate. Hey, look, you need to put your checkbook away. You're going to spend all your money. Can we see the other black thing now? I don't think so. Which kind of suggests it could be bugs or balloons. And the other one hasn't shown up here, which might be at a different altitude.
Him that it didn't look like a bird to me, and that I wanted to analyze it, and so he.
See how he went around the circle. It kind of looks like it got blown around in a vortex wind and carried drifting with the wind again.
Stated in his response email, quote, "Thanks, Tyler. I live in Lewis County, Washington. I was just..."
He's sharing the email, just after me saying it.
Michael King donated £1 through Super Chat.
Funny. Remember, Google gets 30% of those super chats, so, so Google gonna love you. Terrible blurry thing. It's on HD as well, isn't it? Oh no, it's come off. It was on HD before. It's gone back to 480p. I didn't change it. See what I mean? Randomly it just changes. It's a wee bit sharper, but still not the best. Yeah. Looks like he's edited it, hasn't he? Taking out. That's not emails though, is it? That's like. That can't be emails. Didn't he say email? This looks like it's on like a Twitter chat or something, isn't it? Because you get the logo and the name. And Secure Team News. Looks like he's got another Gmail account set up. But doesn't it show that on DMs at X as well? The email? Oh no. Doesn't look like an email, regular email thing. Oh right, that might be the reply. He must have edited it. It's kind of strange.
Looking up the other night and was interested at that jet flying by. It's as if that object was going just as fast. I do live 45 minutes from JBLM, Joint Base Lewis McChord. If you zoom in way in there, there are others that you can see only by going frame by frame. They come out of nowhere and then disappear just as fast. I've seen a few instances so
Okay, so you didn't signal any other, but this guy noticed them.
far. Long time viewer here. So big thanks for sending this in.
Long time viewer that never do any background check on this famous person who has confessed to hoax and UFO videos.
And again, this is in Lewis County, Washington, and as I show you different
So, is he going to show the other ones that we saw?
filtered versions of this object, and at different zoom levels, trying to bring it out the best that I can, it's obvious that this is not a bird. It is extremely steady in its movements.
Aha! Now we get a better zoom up. What's that look like to you guys? Looks like it's letter balloon, doesn't it?
And appears to be tagging along with.
And look at the way it's rotating now. Now it's enhanced, zoomed in on the original and enhanced it.
Plane, although lagging.
Look at it rotating all over the place.
Behind a bit.
Oh, look, it's spinning around so it's as a number balloon.
The object does not appear to be another aircraft. There's no FAA lights.
Looks a bit of rubbish tumbling in the sky.
And when I threw the footage into my AI enhancement software, which is called Top.
Never use AI enhancements. That puts artifacts in and changes it completely.
Which essentially just cleans up the footage.
No, it doesn't. It adds in pixels that are not there. Oh look, it's got a little black bit here. Now is the AI putting that in?
A little bit more.
And then a little black bit shot up there. I just saw that. So that would have been a bug passing the camera. But this looks like...
It almost appears as if this object is morphing.
It is morphing. It looks like it's a wedding arch
Before
balloon.
it vanishes into
Actually, it could be a wedding arch balloon.
clouds, and I did my best to track.
But we can't rule out it being a deflated number balloon, right? So, you know, wedding arches, they make them out of white balloons or black balloons. But in the video, it can be very deceptive. You can't normally see the colour of a balloon on a crappy phone. They can appear to be dark, hence black. Right, so you got the wedding arch balloons that ends up being worm biologicals in the sky, right? Wedding arch, I probably should put balloons, but you know, they make them out of all sorts of things, and one of them is balloons. Like so. But yeah, simple ones, they're complex. But yeah, if you have a bunch of those in a single, multiple, want a single line of them. These ones are really complex. But you can just imagine that just bending around in the sky in all different directions. It's going to look like a worm. Let's go out a bit. We zoomed in for that video. Yeah. Looks like they don't do simple wedding arches anymore. That's getting closer, but there's still more there. Let's see. Single balloons. Oh, that'll come up. Nah. Getting closer. Something more like that. Something closer to that. Where you got one line of balloons or two lines of balloons. Looks like there's three. But yeah, can you imagine that floating in the sky and it's just bending around one end, different direction. But you can see it could also be a U balloon, a J balloon, letter balloon. So let's just go back. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to cover everything I was going to do today. I'll find it. Oh, we got plenty of time, I suppose.
Back it here, but this is truly a bizarre clip, and we've seen objects tagging along with airliners, but I don't know what it is about this clip.
That would explain what the other black things were too, because those arches tend to break apart slowly. So you often get one balloon that breaks off and then two balloons and so on. And it gradually pops or breaks completely apart, or just simply gets a lot of pop balloons happen, and it gets heavier and heavier and goes down to the sea or forest or whatever. But yeah, that's the best that he can do. So let's just have a quick look at the comments. So there, remember at the beginning he said this NASA footage is to distract us from this mind-blowing footage that he's got. 2 videos of balloons. So let's see if anyone else has said the same. Someone started watching 7 years ago, poor guy. I normally go for the new comments though, not the popular ones, because the new comments are the more truthful ones, tend to be. NASA, there ain't alien things they are hiding. I think there is something different. You dropped the ball, lost your mojo. So what I was saying about the new comments always seem to be the more credible one. 2 hours ago. Don't look there, look over here. Didn't Star Trek Voyager have an episode about contact with water planets? You're so eager to find a exomorph when we haven't even found alien space farts. So I got a UAP in Australia. Where can I send the footage? Oh no, a balloon person's going to send a balloon. Tyler, you fell off. Fell off what? Fell off his chair laughing at his fans. They should be looking at alien life 1,200 feet in front of my house. Now this is the channel of the stupid and dumb. Where's the source of this alien news? And are the sources real? And why are you posting videos about things you didn't verify, bro? Get proof from the sources. Stop showing balloons. There you go. And blimps, like they call them UFOs. Just seems like the mod is operandi. You know, biz as usual. Look over there so you don't pay attention to what is here. But Tola, your eyes are wide open. And I am thankful. Sucker. Who is it? Mary! Micro farts. Basically, yeah. How does a telescope pick up a chemical signature like this? Because it's not a typical light optical telescope. It's uses various filters, doesn't it, to work out the color spectrum, light. What do they call it? Spectro. What's the name of it? You know what I mean. Radio telescopes and all that. Probably should explain it, really. How can, let's see if AI pops up. How can they know what elements a planet has from Earth? See if the AI pops up. Here we go. Astronomers determine the elemental composition of distant planets from Earth using spectroscopy. Let's just say that word, spectroscopy. This technique analyzes the light emitted or reflected by a planet, looking for, come on, the super soon's playing up. This technique analyzes the light emitted, looking for specific absorption and emission lines. Aha! Interference patterns, that's the one. And they reveal the presence of different elements. Each element has a unique spectral fingerprint, allowing scientists to identify the presence. So it's going to get into more of a technical thing. Let's see. Absorption and emission lines. When light passes through a planet's atmosphere or surface, certain wavelengths are absorbed by specific elements. So if it's a gas, like hydrogen, when light passes through it, some of it's absorbed by the atoms, is what they're saying here, and it creates missing data, I guess. Absorption creates missing data in this the light spectrum, and they can work out what element it is. A bit like a filter, like sunglasses. I suppose it's trying to, the AI is trying to sort of do lay terms, but it's not really, is it? When light passes through a planet's atmosphere or surface, certain wavelengths are absorbed by specific elements, creating dark absorption lines in a spectrum. Has he got a picture? Because, you know, this is the thing. How come it doesn't just add a picture there, you know? So these are the bookmarks that he got it from, I guess, over here. Why can't we see? Alright, so it's got the links going there. Oh, no. It must have moved it on. Okay, yeah, it did. So what was that one related to? Click on that. Here we go. So if we click on that, we should then get some graphics. Hey, fingerprints. So let's have a look. There we go. Sodium creates that pattern because it absorbs the light. Hydrogen does that one. It's pretty clever, really, isn't it? Magnesium, neon. Is there anything that could go wrong with that, though? What happens if you add all these together? Is there a way to determine all these added together? Well, obviously these are going to form multiple bars that are all going to join together. How they can split it out individually from if it's all combined. I guess that's probably what they're doing, though, isn't it? So they're saying the same thing there. Anyway, Gotta keep moving. See, there's some comments popping up. Michael, you're enjoying this. Joining together would be a class of star. Class of star. Can you measure it locally also, not just distant? Dark lines are distortion lines. A perfect example of balloon looking like a UFO. Second video of that link is good funny, yeah. Joined as a member. Okay. I thought we must be coming up for a new month for freebies again. What is the current time? I think it was still in the same month, aren't we? 27th, getting close. Next show, maybe. So we'll have that special guest on. She's got paranormal, real stories, and she writes books, so she'll be coming on to talk to us next weekend, so stay tuned for that one. If it was me and a UFO, I would be swooping up all the weird people causing issues. Beam them up, Scotty. Where would you put them though? On their own planet? On a distant moon? Oh no. Dude, click link, second part of the video is good. What link are you talking about? Here, you mean? Oh, I don't know. It's going to open up Edge, isn't it? I don't think he's added anything to open it up in another private window. Yeah, it's going to go to Microsoft Edge. Oh well, I'll open it. What are we looking at? They believe it because of the changing colours. Glowing blue balloon prank makes people think it's oh, what happened there? I really hate how YouTube does this. So it's gone now, isn't it? Reload. No, that wasn't it. Sabotage again. Let's open it up again. Let's play it.
UFO conspiracy theories have yet to find an end, and recently they've been trending.
What's this? What's his name? Bingham likes filming these balloons.
Again due to an alleged prank.
Yeah, you could make lots of pranks with balloons and have people believe it's
Some
UFOs.
people flew balloons with colourful LED lights in it.
Gotta be careful of the music she's added here.
For people who don't know, this would be interpreted as a UFO sighting.
That looks like an alien grey. Alien grey floating. That'd be on the third phase of the moon. What is that? Big long one of those tube balloons that they've tied together.
They believe it's because of the changing colours of the lights and the various shapes when the balloons are in the sky.
Yeah, it is too. It's one of those big long tubey balloons they tie knots.
Now, be careful about interpreting and spreading false info.
Australian, is she? Anyway, better be careful of that music. Okay, it worked alright. Is that what you wanted? Are you happy? Did you get your dollars worth? Copy link. Second part. Yeah, that's all good. Was that the one you're talking about though? Don't never seen any others. What second part are you talking about? I'm a bit confused. You know, you got lots to cover. I didn't show you best part just after when you stopped it. Oh, come on. This is playing horrible music. I'll open it up again. It's probably going to go wrong. How do we scroll on this stupid thing? No, that's volume. There's no way to scroll, is there? As soon as you do that, it screws up. Where's the bar on this stupid program? Oh well.
Theories have yet to find an egg.
Is there some sort of key that we can fast forward through? No. Loop. God, I really hate YouTube shorts. They really suck.
And research.
I bet it's just below there. I bet I have to zoom in or something. Because of my they don't take into account scale factor. Let's have a look. What's it set to at the moment? Where's the scale? It's on 60 out, but it has to be 50. Because I got 150 scaling. Do we get the scroll bar now? Yeah, we do. See? See what I mean? This is how useless Google is. They got all those high-powered Indian coders, and they can't even do make sure that doesn't happen, right? And if you scroll down and all that sort of stuff. Now, I don't like 50% because it makes it really, really hard to read the text. So where's the funny bits? Just after here, was it? Have they got it on a piece of fishing wire as well? I didn't see. Did we skip past the funny bit? What was the funny bit?
Spreading false info.
That music. TR3B there. TR3B. I wasn't sure what you mean. It's funny. I think we watched it all. Yeah. Must be missing something there, Michael. What are you saying? Join together. Copy link. Just after when you stopped it. When it goes higher up, looks like a typical site. Oh, right, okay. TR3B, it's cool, forget it. No, you just made me feel stupid now. Oh well, doesn't matter. Yeah, it did look like a TR3B, yeah. I wouldn't say it was funny though. But yeah, this is a good example of they did a good job there. How stupid some of these people are that watch Tyler. But at least some of them being honest here. So yeah, so we got sidetracked on this comment here. How does a telescope pick up chemical signature? He's saying it's nonsense, but not so much nonsense, is it? But he could probably explain that though in the next video. He says, "Oh, someone asked me how they know it's got these chemicals," and then he can just go through what the AI said. I believe in UFOs, but there is a kite. There is a kite. No, that was balloons. There weren't kites that time. Drone. NASA is distracting you to hide this. Also, NASA is the only one showing you this in the first place. Yeah, counteracts his argument. Yes, this is definitely nonsense to me. Haha, those that know at NASA know this is, again, a deflection. No. It's a balloon, yes! Screaming hang glider. No, unfortunately not. We looked at it in detail there. If it was a hang glider, it'd be more obvious, I think. Love it, Tyler. Grateful. Tyler is the best. Best at what? Shilling. Out of all my time looking for UFO UAP content, I've never heard or seen your channel once. Which does not make sense. YouTube is definitely censoring your content. So unfortunately this is why we do what we do. We hope we can stop these people being conned by a con man. But it looks like we've lost another one. Is Tyler sleepy, or did he not see those smaller specks, objects zooming by, which were insects? You could see it frame by frame. Yeah. I saw several of the videos playing. Yeah, I did too. Nice intro. Like seeing you talk. I thought the intro was stupid. Good to see you, Tyler. So yeah, so some funny comments there. What's this one? NASA is so full of it. The latest UFO on this video in Lewis County. I've seen the same kind of UFO in Chen House. Chen House? Whatever that is. When they find the technical signatures of check, I will get excited. Did you see the second one top left? So people seen the bugs, right? And also the other balloons breaking off probably. Anyway, we're not going to go through all of it. Just wanted to bring that up. See how honest he was. So the first bit he was reasonably honest there, but he was using that like using it for clickbait, right? So he could change the header of the title of the thing, saying he's got some excellent videos that they're not showing. Instead, they're talking about exoplanets, which is lies. Okay, on to the next one. Alright, so on to now the Japanese UFOs over Japan. Japanese shills. I don't know if it's from Japanese shills or someone's taken it from the Japanese camera and posted it around, but you might remember this. It's been doing the rounds for a good 10 years now. When was it filmed? 2011? Way before I come on the scene. And probably back then I would have believed in it as well, but now I know a lot more, which you tend to become more expert at this if you look at stuff every day and realize there's signatures to lots of the videos which suggest it's not abnormal, right? Like a alien craft. So if you look at this one here, you can see what they've done straight away. They've cropped it. So it's off a fixed live cam, but you know a live cam is not zoomed in like that. And you can see these things move in straight lines, you know, UFOs, and none of them are zooming upwards or downwards or crazy angles or whatever. See that? And you see how they zoom back out again. Alright, and you can see here this flashed. Seems to be like something at this level here. But you can see these all moving in certain paths. Alright, you can see they're all at the same level. Always moving in straight lines. Here we got something slightly different now. Looks like this is like a color night vision camera. It's got some color added to it. It's not really good though. You can see how they've cut and cropped it. It's very deceptive, right? Anything that gives away clues suddenly gets cut away. So yeah, I said to this guy here, faked using boats behind the plant. So there's the plant here. This is actually a nuclear power plant before it blew up. I'm not sure if you've seen the video of it blowing up, or maybe I should have kept a copy of it. But it had a meltdown and then blew its top. Because the water pumps stopped working or something, wasn't it? Let's see what caused Fukushima to blow. I think it was a failed water pump or a power problem. The explosions at the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant were caused by hydrogen gas buildup and subsequent combustion. An initial trigger was a loss of coolant in 3 reactors due to a tsunami-related power outage. So yeah, so probably blew transformers, and the backup diesel ones didn't kick in, or was it? Leading to cool overeating. This damage in turn caused a chemical reaction between the hot fuel rods and water, producing hydrogen gas, which likes to explode, I guess. So why didn't the backup generators kick in? So obviously the big earthquake took them out somehow, broke the fuel lines or something. Why didn't backup power work? AI, alright, hit this. Caused by, is it going to add to it? Both external power and emergency backup diesel, now it's added more to it, were essential for cooling reactors overheated. So the tsunami flooded the plant and disabled both. Yeah, so you would think they would have thought about that, wouldn't you? Eh? But they said that they had an old reactor that should have been taken offline, dismantled, and replaced with newer technology. Apparently you can make nuclear power plants really, really, really safe now. So yeah, was there a video here that we can play of it where it blows up? I got it off the same camera, I think, of it blowing up. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that front bit. Blow up. Yeah. We'll see that. What we got here? That could be one. That could be another one. March the 14th. Okay, that will do. You can see it's the same camera. It's zoomed in. It's very misty type camera for some reason. I don't know if it's pollution or because it's an island and it's got a lot of moisture because of the sea, but it's not really good imaging of it. There you go. Same camera, obviously. And there it's blowing up here. So the camera survived the earthquake and it carried on running off backup batteries by the looks of it. Boom. You know, you'd expect like a nuclear explosion, you'd think, wouldn't you? There's the radiation. Now that radiation went into the atmosphere, upper atmosphere, and it drifted over New Zealand and around the planet. But it did rain here, and my mate was moving house, or helping someone move house, and he ended up with this rash. And when he went to see the doctor said that looks like radiation burns. And he said, what were you doing to get radiation burns? He said, nothing. I was just moving house and carrying bits and pieces into the rubbish bin because the person had died or something. That's right. He was moving out the old belongings of a house, a rental house, for someone else to move in because the person had died or something in the hospital, and he helped out. But yeah, that. Obviously the rain had some of that nuclear fallout and it ended up on his skin, and it only rained where he was in a particular area, which is kind of interesting. So yeah, it just makes you wonder what else that caused in New Zealand. After that, he started looking at the radar map that sort of tracked the radiation. Get rid of that. Okay, whereabouts were we? Okay, so I started investigating this, see if I can make a better debunk video for it. Because this guy obviously didn't believe what I was saying. But it looks like he's deleted. You serious? He deleted my comment, did he? No, what happened there? So I did actually reply to it. Click on that. See, I debunked it and Scott years ago. So Scott had this video he made back when I was doing the first live shows, right? Up to 376 back then. And I'll just repost it there. But yeah, Scott did play a video, but I didn't play it all at the time. Or did I? I just skimmed it the other day. See chapters, but it's about 1 hour and 38 minutes in the live debunk. I said 100% sure. Okay, mate, how do you come up with this theory? I said, here is a better debunk I've done for it. So this is what I'm going to talk about today. I will add it to the next live show. As you can see, it's no theory. It's debunked as ships and boats and the odd helicopter. So yeah, I got it in a folder here. I'll just play it in the folder, I guess. Still got that up. Okay. Let's get it through here. So what I did is I took 2 screen snapshots from his video, which was that one, frame 1 of various dots, and frame 2 about 20 seconds on, is it? Was it not opening up? Frame 2 and more dots but in different locations. And then I found a daytime image that actually showed better than those other daytime videos of where the sea level is. Alright, it's not so misty that day. Still not the best quality from the camera, because it's a fair distance away up a mountain there. But you can see it's colour, and we're not seeing many UFOs. Now, I could then use that to overlay those frames, which I did here. So we got frame 1. I'll just bring it up. And you can see I do my usual thing here. Instead of doing it live today, I thought I'd record it and just show it. So I'm sort of merging the frames together to see where we can see the sea line. And you can see I'm just trying to match up the buildings here, because remember they cropped and zoomed in. And you can see these will always line up at the sea level or below. Alright. And then I do my usual thing of fading between each of them like an animated gift. So you go full day to slowly move it to night time, or in this case fast. And you can see the ships on top of the ocean or over the horizon. And I also did what's that one? I did the other frame here. I did 2 versions, I think. Let's see. Okay, so I've lined up the buildings at night time with the daytime. And you can see again, all these are at the top of the ocean or below. And this is why they're moving back and forth, because they're shipping lanes. And I think that 100% debunks it as ships. Now. Alright. Now I did some other ones here where I made it darker. Let's see, which one was the best one? So I made it darker so it shows up a bit better. Okay. So there's a ship there right on the horizon. Well, and one's below. So I just changed around some of the filtering and contrast, and that shows up better. And you could do that with any frame in the video, as long as you can match it up precisely. So to me, that's 100% debunked as ships. But there is a case where the odd helicopter passes by, and I'm not sure if any of them were higher than the sea level, but If you go to the original debunk, which we're recapping, is it going to play? Alright, that's this image. We've got to click on that link there. That may have fooled some people. They may not have known.
Upper 6.
You can see on back to
Let's take a
Pinky,
look
that
at the
original
Weird
alien
Lights video.
video I had. So, this was his video he made, but I didn't realise I was doing a search online and his video wouldn't come up at all in debunks. Well, I was trying to find the daytime footage, it was very hard to find. I had to search in Japanese language, so I had to convert what I was searching for from English to Japanese, and then I started finding all these other ones here from the same camera. You can see here we got the logo, but there's no date and time flicking over like a counter. And you can see these are slowly moving, right? So this is the real-time live footage. You can see these things ain't moving very fast, just like boats on the water wouldn't be in that distance, right? And this camera could be zoomed in and out, so I think it's been zoomed in here, and we're looking at the top of the sea level here. Alright, so it's been zoomed in a wee bit. You can see how overexposed it is. But occasionally you do get a helicopter that flies this way or flies that way, and that just throws a spoon in the works of it being just ships, of course. And of course, if it's lights with Fata Morgana, super image mirage, right? These could also appear slightly above the sea level, I would expect, but not always the case, right? And the camera would see it the same way we would with our eyes. And if it's just lights at night time, it's going to be upside down or whatever, right? Because superior image are not always upright and they're always distorted. But when you're looking at lights, distant lights that are being miraged, it doesn't really matter. You're looking at dots, right? But you can see how slow they are. So they would have had to speed it up, you know, they would have had to speed it up in software to make it look more UFO-y. How fast can we go here? 2 times. So in the video they actually made it 16 times to make it more like UFOs. But you can see now they're moving a wee bit faster here now. And they're still ships. And sometimes you might see a helicopter. So fishing boats. There'll be some reflections of water as well, and I suspect looks like we've got some red in it, so there could be fishing boats there reflecting off the water. That one there looks like it's maybe coming towards us on the sea level. This one here, I'm not too sure on, could be a star. I don't know. Looks a bit too high up for the waterline here. 1, 2. But again, this is where you got to overlay it just to make sure. It can't, cause when you zoom in the camera, it does change things. Now, it could be the waterline up here actually. Yeah, near that logo. But you can see how terribly slow they're moving. If the UFOs that working at hypersonic speeds, right? That's just nonsense. I don't know if I got any ones with helicopters. Let's have a look. Here's one that's got more colour and the lights at night time. So it's got more yellows and reds. It's not just black and white. So that means they might have played around with filters to make it less color in it for some reason. So what we've seen is overexposed before. This one's more corrected, right? That's not so overexposed, and these are actually cranes where ships stock, I guess, in front of the reactor. Would they? What sort of supplies would they get for a reactor? Rods, maybe. I'm not sure what that one is. It could be another big crane, I suppose. Or it could be just a cooling chimney. I'm not sure. Oh look, there's red a dot here. Is that moving? It's really showing up the colour now. Again, you probably have to go to fast speed. Let's make it more realistic. Looks like that's anchored. I've got a blinking light now. Now we've got this one up here. Could that be the waterline? I suppose it could be near the logo, right? Like I said, you got to also take account it could be Fata Morgana happening, so the waterline could be down here, and that's just like beyond the horizon, so it's sort of angled up into the sky by 20 degrees. But I think they would be saying that's a UFO hovering. Rather than just a tanker ship that's below the horizon, gradually moving towards the port. If you ever look at in the daytime pictures, you can see how massive port it has there. I'm not sure if it was like a delivery place or just especially a port for the nuclear facility. I'm not sure. Fukushima. How do we spell it again? Fukushima. Shima. Of course, got the caps on. Plant. We'll just say that. Let's see if we can get some historic images up. You can see it's always foggy there, though. Okay, so there's looking at it from the other side. So obviously that camera, it's got to be way back here, right? It's got to be on that mountain range here somewhere, looking over this way. So you can see they got all these tsunami barriers that didn't really help it much. Part of the wharf system. So we got a load of cranes there. Can you see the cranes? So these must be the cooling towers. There's the crane. So there must be another crane here where it's not really clear. Another crane there. Have they got railway lines in front there? I don't know. It's a bit hard to tell on that one. Here's another view closer up. Can't see any. So that one is a chimney. So where's the crane gone? Crane was there before. Maybe it's a different time. Alright, here's a funny barrier and port. There's a boat. There's that one with the long blinking lights, which we thought might be a cooling stack. I don't know. Or a chimney, which it could be. But you can see it's not the best of images. Here's another view, there's the sea barrier. There's that crane this time. You can see the sea's pretty rough there though. And this is meant to protect all that facility. It doesn't look really that great, really, does it? You can see it was going to be a disaster waiting to happen. But there you go. You can see a boat on the sea on that angle there, right? All that sea on this angle, but it's higher up. There's what's that? That's that chimney again, isn't it? We've got the power lines coming from it. Anyway, Expedition X went there. They managed to get permission to go there, and they didn't do any good job of debunking it, right? We could see they were looking over the sea like this here, you know, but it's the other way around, of course. That way, you could see the sea, and they could see the ships on it, but they didn't say, oh, that's what they're seeing in the video. Instead, they started filming at night time, and they caught what I believe was a bug. A bug that was hovering around and shot off, and it looked like a UFO. But yeah, being inexperienced UFO hunters and video analysis, they didn't understand that. So the guy was on one of these buildings closer to where the nuclear reactor was, back here, overlooking the port, and he couldn't see anything that she was seeing on the infrared camera they had. So he was seeing it from a different perspective, so which kind of suggests it was either a someone flying a drone or a bug on infrared camera. So if you ever watch the episode, it's season 7, episode 8, called Japanese UFOs or something like that. Yeah, I better catch up on the side comments again, I guess. Let's see. Any there? Whoop, got super soon. Let's go back up. Oh, this is the water behind. Seeing your expos. Spoiler alert, spoiler alert. Did you ever play Oblivion? The RPG, the remastered version is amazing. Is that a PlayStation thing? Because I have been playing around with emulators on here, but I haven't had much time. I got PCSX2 for PlayStation 2 playing, and Duck. It's called Duck Station, and that plays PlayStation 1 games. So if I double click that, well, hopefully my computer won't crash. It runs up the emulator. It's come up on the other screen though for some reason. And I had some sample images. Where's the one that plays the logo? Anyway, let's see. Some sample ones. Die Hard Trilogy. June. Let's see what happens. I think I might be pushing it here too much. Load. Like I said, I haven't. Fresh reboot. Here we go. That's on the other screen at the moment. Hey! Copyright, copyright. Who needs a PlayStation? You just need a Windows machine. I've actually got a controller on here. I'll get round to playing around with it sometime. June 2000. I actually bought that game. I actually liked it. But I had the PC version. I like playing these strategy type games, you know, a bit like playing chess.
The planet Arrakis, known as Dune.
Well, that streaming and playing emulators at the same time, and simulating another processor. So you got that one, and you also got the PlayStation 2 ones, but I won't play that. I think it's a bit more consuming on power. Okay, we got sidetracked there because of you. But yeah, if there's a maybe I should look it up. I should see if I can find a image, shouldn't I? Alright, it was only PC only. Okay. Oblivion. That was a movie with Tom Cruise, wasn't it? That was quite a good movie where they're floating in the sky, right? And they're trying to... And the aliens have taken over the planet. Most of the humans got exported off the planet. Probably used for food, I can't remember, or slave labor. And they were left in the sky to watch over the machines, the robots that were mining the planet of the resources or something. Have I got the right movie? Getting sidetracked here from UFOs, but it doesn't matter. Oblivion. Tom Cruise, I think it was Tom Cruise or not. Probably could find a clip to play, can't they? There we go. Oblivion, yeah, that was the right one. I'd like to play the trailer, but we'll probably get copyright. It's stupid that they copyright the trailers. You think they want it to be more promoted. 2013 wasn't a bad movie, actually. I thought it was quite good. Actually, a lot of Tom Cruise movies, when you think about it, even though you may not like the guy, he does do pretty good acting in most of them. And they're normally fairly good movies, right? Let's see what comes up with the images. I can't remember how it goes anymore. I have to rewatch it again. And they got these like it's pretty cool actually. It looks like a helicopter, but it's actually like a drone. Flies up. How did the aliens, they replicated them, didn't they? So they sort of grew them in a lab and made them into slaves or something. Was that how it worked? I can't remember now. I suppose I should have a look at the movie, the movie summary of it. Yeah, it's another one I have to have a watch again. Now we got home theatre at home. I should have a 5.1 sound of it and rewatch it on the big screen maybe. Anyway, what's it say here? A court martial sends a vet to veteran soldier to a distant planet where it has to destroy. Maybe that's not the one where they're taking over Earth then. I'm thinking of some other one. What's it say here? Jack Harper, a drone repairman stationed on Earth that has been ravaged by war. Oh no, that's the one with extraterrestrials. Questions his destiny after rescuing the woman who keeps appearing in his dreams. Still got a high rating. Anyway, enough sci-fis. Let's move on again. What was I doing here? Yeah, we're looking at that thing there. But anyway, we know it's a ship. We know it's a ship now. Close. But you can see none of these show from daytime. Alright, so I come across this one in the search and I thought, finally, me, Scott, and someone else has a video up. But it turns out he actually asked Scott, which I didn't actually read that line here. He actually got a request from Scott to use his video on his channel, which is Scott gave him permission. And yet, it's funny how I couldn't find this video. And I think he contacted me in comments on a video and said, why are you lying about no one's done a decent debunk of the daytime footage? And I said, well, it wasn't really clear on Scott's one that it's boats and people still calling it UFOs. And I said I wanted to redo it. And I said, maybe I should play your video. And he said, it's actually Scott's video. And I said, I didn't even realize that. Because you got some daytime footage on there. And it's not convincing to me on this that it ships. But yeah, we'll just skim through on Scott's video here. And he's got this music on it. He doesn't talk on it, unfortunately. Oh, I might need to get a toilet going. I think I must have high sugars at the moment. Several UFO grifters shared a video about weird lights taking over Fukushima. I'll just skim through here. Let's take a look at those weird lights. And now he's showing you playback speed. So he's taken the video that we were looking at before and sped it up to the proper speed. So it's the same as what the UFO grifter videos were doing. So, but he hasn't actually cropped in there. He hasn't cropped in there to make it more UFO-like. He's just keeping it zoomed out still. Well, it might be slightly zoomed in actually. Got a feeling that one here might be a helicopter though. I think that's the sea level here. I think that one up there was a helicopter. See, that's on the same level again, you see. But back in 2011 we didn't have flight tracking software. So we can't go back in time and actually prove it's on the flight tracking software because it didn't exist. So he's saying here's a helicopter using a searchlight. So he found a video of a helicopter. And you can see the helicopter is obviously sped up. But it's actually got a searchlight onto the sea, and you can actually see it's actually the sea surface, right? And of course they would say that was a mothership. Mothership beaming down. Okay, so he found a daytime one. But I found a daytime snap, which is a lot clearer than this, as you will see. Because it doesn't show the sea level. Seems the sky blends into the sea. So as it's getting more light there, and he shows you how much the camera can zoom in from the mountain, that the sea level is actually a lot lower there because it's on maximum zoom out on this camera, or whoever's controlling the camera. Publicly controlled camera, I see. And he's found another one. Still very hazy, you can't really see the sea level, you see what I mean? And it's not pulled back as far as it was on the other video either, see? Because you can look at the size of the buildings. But can we see any boats? Let's zoom in. There's one there, look. Maybe it's sped up, so that looks like an oil tanker or a cargo ship. And we know the sea level is about that logo level. Okay. You can see how foggy and horrible it is. It's not convincing enough, you know, to all UFO people. And it probably still won't be, even though I've done my bit to improve it. Again, you can't see the sea level. But we know logo had something to do with it, where the level was. There you go. Starting to see it now, about there. And then we've got to take care of super mirages. So there's the sea level there. But you can't really see it too well here. Alright. And that one there, could that be the sea level? There's the sea level here, by the looks of it. But yeah, that one looked a wee bit out off the top of that one. Looked like it had like a superior mirage. Well, it could be a star, because it looks like the daytime footage. And the nighttime footage is still there. So you can see why people would question it. It's probably a helicopter that's probably just hovering and then flies off. But we don't know because we ain't got no tracking software for that particular dot. But anyway, you can see clearly it's boats. So that comes from this channel here that obviously debunks as well, and he's called it a strange name here, so he's debunking this woman called Dinah and Kevin. So if you click on his videos here, you can see what he does. So I give him a plug because we used his video. Well, I actually used Scott's video, but more in-depth look at the Fukushima wastewater. The nuclear engineer explains the Fukushima water. Radioactive water. So, yeah, I might just post a link to his channel there, and you might want to go through all that and see what he's on about. Professor Chernobyl probing Diana Dunfield nuclear. What the hell's that about? There's the one on the UFOs. We keep going to his past here. Dirty half dozen, whatever that is. ABCs of radiation. So he's talking about radiation. As we know, radiation isn't as bad as we used to think it was. In fact, we need some radiation in the background to keep our immune system active. As it becomes, because it's got to mop up the bad cells in the body before they start spreading, right? So really, cancer is a failure of the immune system, right? Uranium is 100 times more common than silver. Russian bots. There's the explosion in color. Must have been another camera there. And talking about the radiation tracking software there, by the looks of it. But like I said, there was radiation in it, and my mate got mild case of radiation burns on his skin, and the doctor actually gave him those special pills that you give to to people that work around nuclear plants. What's that called? What's it called now? It's got a special name, where the element absorbs the extra radiation into the atoms. What's the name of it called? Iodine? Was it iodine? Iodine capsules, pills. Do you get for... Let's see if the robot answers. Radiation burns for medication. AI, come on. For medication of the radiation burns, doctors often prescribe steroids, ointments, and other creams to relieve symptoms like dry, itchy skin. These ones include radiation burn creams or lotions. I thought it was iodine that they get you to take. What's in the creams though? Aloe vera. I can't see it mention iodine. I thought it was iodine that you take. Let's see. Iodine. Potassium radiation menses. Okay, so it's called potassium iodide. There's a type of iodine that is not radioactive. It can be used to help block one type of radioactive material from being absorbed by this. Iodine pills work against radiation. So, it says it only works against radioactive iodine, not against other substances there. Help limit the amount of radioactive iodine which is accumulated in the thyroid. Iodine pins are given. Oh, there you go. So the radiation causes to build up in the thyroid iodine in the body that becomes radioactive. And then they take the pills to get rid of that. Blood looks of it. Anyway, I did copy that guy's link, didn't I? Better post it here. Debunker radiation myths, I guess. I don't know, I haven't really looked over his site, so anyway. Damn, I'm gonna have to go to the toilet again. What's going on with me? It must be getting late though. What's the time? 2:20. It's getting there. We lost an hour then because of problems. So yeah. Where did we get to? Oh yeah, so it's sort of finished with that now, hopefully. I had some links to those, yep. So what have we got next? Oh, that's that guy's site. Yep. Okay, we're looking at that before. That's finished. Just a few more tabs, but I might have to go toilet again. I'll just be really quick. Yeah, my leg's swelling up a bit too, so I might have to wrap up soon. So how many hours have we done? Must be a fair bit here. 3.5 hours. Okay, we might be able to get through these last bits. Yeah, so sucks being diabetic because you go to the toilet more often. Sometimes I haven't eaten anything apart from a cup of tea this morning. No, I didn't have any sugary stuff or anything like that. So UFO Lou put this one up here. I haven't looked at it, but he's saying it's about MetaMaterials. Remember Lou, the one that tried to mock me on his channel? Seriously, everybody in the UFO community should watch this. In one video they admit to MetaMaterials they can change shape at Mach 4. And we will attack China when the time comes. Honestly, this whole video feels like a direct threat to China. So yeah, not sure how much we can play of it, or if we should. I suppose we're going to do it like that. Yeah, okay. What's it? What's the channel? So that kind of looks like TR3B, which Tyler Clocknut loves so much. New US bomber that could end China. So they're saying it's using special metal materials 4 days ago. Invisible killer tears across the sky. Top secrets. Locked onto a top secret Chinese military base. By the time it shows up on radar, it's really too late. So maybe Trump's got some secret technology, right? That he knows about. But that was the, what was it called now? The 47? F-47 was it? But I think they got something else there as well. The real TR3Bs. Let's just see if we can play a bit of it. Under fair use, if it's going to let us. No, we got it muted, have we?
Streaks silently across the uppermost edges of the atmosphere, moving at hypersonic speeds. To an observer on the ground, it's completely invisible, except for the brief moments when it blots out the stars above. tearing through the skies at over 3,800 miles.
So that doesn't sound like the F-47, surely.
Per hour. This Mach 5 Plus intruder is now entering some of the most secure airspace in the world. The object was first detected by air defense cruisers patrolling the Pacific Ocean, but only as a faint, rapidly moving radar echo. Sensitive.
So you got to relate this back to the Nimitz encounter, which I believe were secret drones being tested by DARPA. I don't think that it's Chinese or Russian. I think it's Americans who were testing themselves, because if it was Chinese messing around with USA, they could easily start a world war, couldn't they? So
radar struggled to maintain a lock, picking up only sporadic returns. As it drew closer to the mainland, more ocean-based air defense ships attempted to track it. With the
okay, so let's just go on a bit.
to be untouchable. The unidentified flying object is no UFO, though. It's an American hypersonic bomber, the first of its kind. It's not just fast like other hypersonic bomber proposals under design around the world. It also features a breakthrough achievement: hypersonic stealth. Normally, stealth materials are too fragile to withstand more than a brief supersonic flight, as seen in
Is that the F-47 he's talking about though?
Aircraft like the F-35 and F-22, which are
okay, he's mentioned F numbers here.
Limited in their ability to sustain high speeds for extended periods. But this new bomber defies those limitations. It can maintain extreme hypersonic speeds while remaining virtually undetectable, thanks to cutting-edge MetaMaterials, a revolutionary advancement that reshapes the very physics of stealth and speed.
Okay, so we can see where it's hidden, but I might just post it so you can have a watch of it after the show. Let's see what else he's added to it. Looks like he's done a lot of animations here. Is that using the AI animation stuff they can do now? You can create an animated story of the information they provided. Kind of looks like it could be done with AI, doesn't it?
Medusa 2 open their bomb bay doors. The shock of the bay doors entering the hypersonic airstream sends a shudder through the aircraft, and yet they hold. Now though, the bombers are at their most vulnerable. They're moving slower than usual, and the open bay doors means their radar defeating properties are hugely compromised. This
Yeah, that makes sense. So seems like a facts based mixed in with a scenario based, doesn't it? Or fiction, science fiction. Anyway, I'll post a link to Lou's post, and then you can click the link like I did to get to it. What did other people say about it? Long live. Okay. No one said anything about it today. I'll post that link there. MetaMaterials. But we knew they had this sort of stuff for years, didn't we? We knew they were working on that. We knew it's be part of the cloaking radar as well as optical, as well as trying to get anti-gravity to work with it. But yeah, by charging the wing, quasi crystals, seems to ring a bell, they can make it slip through the air faster and reduce the sonic boom and all that sort of effect. Anyway, did I miss anything here? No, just talking about the game last time. Okay. Was that PC game based on the movie, or the movie based on the game? I don't know. They make movies based on games nowadays. Okay, what's the next one? Alright, so you got this stupid idiot from Project Unity. This guy just believes in everything. And he's now promoting shells like Ashton Forbes and And this is one of the Aston Forbes idea things that he's posting around, which has been, I debunked it years ago, right? And also found the article that says this guy on his deathbed admitted that it was all fake. So you've heard about the Beetle wings having special properties, and that he made a flying platform out of beetle wings by gluing it on underneath, and that sort of nonsense. I have covered it before. I'm not sure if you can search on his name though. Victor Griebenoff, that guy there. I think there's a Wikipedia on him, even, you know. Here's this flying platform. Anyway, it's this ridiculous, right? And he faked the videos saying he got lifted off the ground, created a fake shadow and all that. 1927. Here we go. I wonder if it says it on there. I think it might do. Maybe not on that post, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if the cancel culture had actually modified this post. That was originally told a lot better information than this page. This is crap. Maybe let's put a keyword deathbed in. I'm just seeing what's available again. Yes, I might have to bring up my old episode. Deathbed confession. A Dr. Greer out really, eh? No. Let's see. In spring has died. Okay, science hobbyist. Let's have a look. Looks like an old 1980s page. This is how it's been around for a long time. There's a lot of reading here. So he wrote a book, Artistic Style. Lots of reading. Can see why people get sucked into it. Does it talk about deathbed on that? No. So why did it come up in the search? Need a drink. Man, I'm being blasted by radiation from Japan's UFOs. I shouldn't joke about it. Probably have to put looks like we're not going to be able to find it, are we? Maybe. Book of Aquarius. What's that talking about? Yeah. Yeah, I took, you know, when I researched my episodes, I spent a lot of time researching people and finding the information I needed. I suppose I got to put his name in quotes too. Oh, here we go. No, sounds like someone else they're talking about there. Building 7. Yeah, looks like I'm not going to find it very quickly. No, it's been cleaned off the web. I think it was in his a letter he left or something. Let's take that off quotes again. Platform. Maybe I found it on flying platform. I'm sure it was in Wikipedia. Let's have a look. And his discoveries. PDF, it probably was in there. Warped space and time. We know how beetles fly now. Just like bumblebees, right? Maybe I should do confessed. Flying platform. Confessed. I didn't really want to spend too long. Fraud. Oh well. See what comes up. Nothing. Alright. Yeah, it's funny how I can't find the stuff. It's very strange. Einstein come up then. No. Oh no, he did confess. Okay, let's see if we can find them. Oh, maybe I'll cover that again. I'll do a recap on that. See what I can find. Let me see if we can search it though. Do I not copy his name? Oh, damn. Don't know if I got it in the title though, that's the only problem. Maybe I could just try flying platform. Computer's getting slow now. It needs a reboot. Yeah, I was going to look at third face nonsense here. That looks like some recycled stuff. I'm pretty sure we've looked at that before though. Maybe we can leave them for next week. Oh yeah, what was I doing? Beetle. Let's see. See if we can find the episode. Bugs. It's funny how that's come up. Bugs. Lots of bugs. Could it be on that one? Apollo Part 2, Bug UFOs. No, that's too new. Live chats. No, I don't think it was on there. Google search sucks, man. I think it was a fairly old episode. Where would that one come up? I thought I would have had a picture of the flying platform, but I did change what I do over the years. Makes it harder to search now. What's that one? Alleged UFOs from forward channels. Could be on that one. Looks like I might have to do a special one on this next time. Recap it. But it's a lot of nonsense. See if I can refresh my memory on it. I think it's due for a refresh and a recap. I think back in the time I did it, it was I was only doing 720p. Now we're up to 1080. But yeah, it's funny how Beetle brought up all that shit. I don't think it would be the word Beetle would be in all those episodes. Somehow, flying platform. Google, you're getting worse, man. You're getting worse. Oh. Anything about flying platform? So I don't think flying platform would be in all those, unless I'm talking about Tesla's flying platform, which maybe I did. Yeah. It could have been on the pyramid one. Yeah, this one got screwed up. That was that background audio problem where it was corrupting the audio. Was it on that one? I tried to improve on it. I think it may have been on this one. What's that say there? I think it's only 720p too. Yeah, but so it would be due to redo it again. Improve on it. Power of the Book of Power of Chichen. Is that the one we're looking for? I got no chapters on it, have I? So that's before chapters are around as well. It's amazing what we've done over the years, isn't it? Badlands. Here we go. I did actually use his name. Was he a con man, magician, or could some of his beetle shell wings have anti-static? So, okay, we got no chapters here. I think I was doing live debunk as well.
Wiki on it, really.
You can see how bad the audio is. I did my best to try and improve on it, but we lost quality in the sound. Is that what we're looking for? I think I was looking it up for some reason. Gonna have to rewatch it. Is that the Beetle one?
If you watch what he does, you see how it covers. Nature is fabulous. Now,
yeah, this guy was doing a lecture on it. Now you can do anything like that by tricks, right? You can put some metal inside those things or underneath them, and actually have a electromagnet underneath. Makes it hover. And these guys are just promoting the Shills video. But like Stephen Greer did with Free Energy one, where the guy was underneath the power lines.
So just a trick. So this presentation, this guy hasn't done any background checks on it.
So I really need to redo this whole presentation. I have to look into that, but I can't do it next weekend. I got the guest on. Yeah, that was a really good episode. We had some really good topics in that, and the whole bloody computer technical problems ruined it all. Badlands, conductors claim the Egyptians had advanced technology. Levitating frogs. A look at how now and channels were used to transport 20-ton blocks. So yeah, it was all about levitation and how the pyramids were built, and this was part of the topic. But anyway, I think we found here's flying machine. Yeah, we found some article
Hoverboards, which
with a letter from him saying it's all fake. It looks fake, doesn't it? You got bolts. It looks very heavy. You got 2 planks of wood, and underneath is meant to be all these glued on real Beetles wings, right?
before, which is our current technology up there. So I was just trying to find one that hovers, and here's one here, right?
Oh, that audio is terrible. So where was the confession? I'm going to have to watch it all again just to refresh my memory and where I found the information. But anyway, we'll do that another time. I'll leave it. I should leave it there, so I got the episode. Else I'm not going to find it again, probably. I'll just leave it paused there, come back to it. But yeah, I just wanted to point out that these guys just recycle the same old crap without actually doing any background checks into it. Yeah, you can just look at that thing, see it's bullshit though. You know, you just look at how it's built and stuff, you know, it's not gonna float. What's the next thing? AARO. Pentagon's UFOs has released a new video and written report in responses to many people confusion satellites for space aliens. Now, Green Street put that out there, but we know everyone from the last show that we did where that we had like flashes which were spinning satellites that were moving really slow orbits, and they call them geostationary, some of them as well, which don't move at all. But yeah, it looks like NASA is getting lots of reports of what people are seeing in the sky as SpaceX, obviously, you know. So I'm not sure what it says here. Talking about flaring.
Aviators frequently report glowing orbs in the sky.
So it looks like it's very small. Clip.
They report one or more orbs that suddenly appear and disappear while usually moving slowly across the sky. Often these orbs are...
Why do they have music?
Actually sunlight reflecting off of orbiting satellites in a dark sky.
So once you overlay the orbits, you can see that they're not moving randomly.
Seeing this phenomenon requires the perfect angles of sunlight, shiny surfaces of satellites, and clear skies for the viewer.
Of course, McWest has done this as well. That's probably where they decided to make a video based on what McWest's program was doing. What was it called now? Can't remember what he called it. Anyway.
We zoom in on one of these satellites. We can see the sunlight reflecting off the...
Yeah, they do have big solar panels, Starlinks.
Bottom of the satellite. Then, toward the observer. The orb is actually reflected sunlight to the observer.
But we know all this on this channel, don't we?
Also seen this phenomenon.
What's happening? I won't zoom in now. Instead of people getting pissed and what's that come up? Pissed and educated at AARO, right on over to my stable. Thanks for the confirmation. A while back, NASA link upper right. Zoom in once there. Yeah, we've been through all these corruptions on the Soho stuff before, right? And the radiation. So he's doing what security and all the other shills are doing. So no one really answered him, right? No one. Let's have answered more sense than that. Oh well, we'll just move on. Strange anomalies in Clark and Terra Serenium on Mars. Alright, this is the other shill that Gufon promotes. What's his name? Gene Ward from South Africa. He's put this thing up here. So I just want to talk about this very quickly. He's trying to make out these like alien buildings or crashed craft, as you can tell. But he's you can see here this peak of the shadow shows that it's actually a really jagged bit of rock sticking out there, and a lot of this has been AI enhanced, right? He's saying you can get the original image, which he hasn't put side by side, showing how blurry the original image is to the sharpened one. But when you upscale images, it creates artifacts, right? It fills in missing pixels, what it thinks should be there. And problem with AI, it always tends to enhance the outside to make it look more like an object. You can see these have got all sharp edges and things. So that one's closer to a rock here. But we've been over crystallized rock before. It does form relatively straight edges when it crumbles and breaks away, and there's various types of rocks on Earth just like that. So yeah, so if you put in a search on upscaling, he says here somewhere to the guy, because it's such a big file, it's 1.3 gigabytes. I'm not going to try and download it and try and view it, but I think there is a viewer online. But the problem with upscaling is another example here. NASA calls these the spider webs, or the spiders on Mars, which is a strange anomaly. Never add pixels or use AI enhancement filters when doing image-based forensics. This is completely unacceptable. You cannot draw any conclusion on these images. And I said exactly. Where did he say what he did? Further up, I think. Did you happen to capture the X position of the image? No, it must be further up. Where did he say? Oh, here we go. Unit. No, that's not it. It must be here somewhere. What he did. What can I see it now? Yeah, so he's saying he would like to see side-by-side comparison. So it must be here. Oh, must be more replies maybe. There's that guy going. That's the guy we looked at last time, remember? That put up the International Space Station as a UFO. You're obviously a total believer, right? What can I see anything about how he scaled it up anyway? Oh, here we go. You're welcome to use operating system magnifier to zoom in. The image was upscaler. I used sharpeners. So you use multiple sharpeners, and as you know, if you use those, it adds a border around things. And then if you use AI upscaling, it will turn that border into a nice crisp outside, which is basically what he's getting on the images there. So he's doing sharpeners while upscaling, which is a total no-no. AI enhancement is basically filling in the gaps with what it thinks should be there, not deliberate fakery, but natural in origin. And then he's trying to defend himself. The Typos Labs gigapixel upscaler model I use removes blur and sharpens the objects. Yeah, but it does it by changing the pixels. I've tried it on known objects on Earth like megaliths and artifacts and ancient sites, and it works very well. It generates lots. Look at the terrain features. I use Gilbert too, and in some cases the sort of artifacts it generates looks a lot like those terrain features. So everybody's telling him off. I like the way Gigapixel sharpens objects without changing the shape. It really usually doesn't change the shape, but in some conditions it will blob stuff together and try to make sense out of pattern that's not really there. I agree. In the hot to video I've done, I demonstrate that too. It's called critical. That one uses this software with consideration. Should never use it anyway. Are these images enhanced for clarity? Yes, as I mentioned. I said crazy folks. Nice work, man. Please keep it up. And I said crazy folks. They need to get rid of this guy. He's just taken over from Street Cat 1 pretty much. And then he's using the newer technology. Rocks and more rocks. Yeah, so if you say here, I had to come back to that Beetle one another time. I thought it would be easy to find, but it's obviously not. I think it must have been written in Russian or something, and he had to convert it to English. That's probably why. But anyway, it doesn't matter. What does upscaling do to images? Try that. Yeah, it'll be a whole technical blurb, I suppose. Upscaling increases its resolution by adding more pixels, effectively making it larger and potentially clearer. This is achieved through algorithms that analyze the existing image and intelligently predict what new pixels should be added to fill in the gaps. Well, simple, but the thing is, you use sharpener as well, right? Simple stretching can enlarge an image. AI-driven upscaling aims to maintain or even enhance the clarity and details of an image. Increasing pixel count, improved clarity. The benefits of upscaling is useful for situations where you need to enlarge an image without sacrificing quality, such as for large format printing. When cropping an image reduces its resolution. Potential drawbacks. While AI-powered upscaling generally produces good results, there's still a chance of artifacts or unnatural looking details, especially when upscaling very low resolution images, which is tend what you get from a satellite flying overhead, taking surface scans, right? It's not they're not flying drones like they are with Google Earth and getting a closer look from 1,000 feet or 10,000 feet even. So, but if you add it on the sharpener, as you know, it puts the outer edge on it. What's the downside of using image sharpening? AI is not going to respond to us on this one. So it's not telling us the downsides. We want the downsides, but it's pretty much the same as what it was saying before. Let's try. So it's funny how the AI only kicks in sometimes. So if I put in what is as a question, probably goes to the AI, does it? Oh, there you go. Image sharpening, a digital technique used to enhance different edges, and this is why that looks like a flying saucer. And details in the image, making it appear clearer and more vivid. It works by increasing the contrast between the neighboring pixels, particularly along the edges. Then fine details and textures. That's why if a rock looks like it's crystallized rock with an edge, it's going to enhance the edges to make it look more even, right? Benefits consideration over sharpening. Yeah, here we go. So if you do sharpening of a sharpening, excessive sharpening can create artifact edges and make the image look unnatural. So the upscaling and doing sharpening at the same time, you're going to amplify that twice. Noise application. Sharpening can sometimes amplify noise in the image, so it's important to use noise reduction techniques and conjunction. So you didn't do that. Many images editing software programs such as Photoshop, blah blah blah. So yeah, you got to be careful using multiple techniques wrongly. That's why you need a human brain, and that's why I like curves, you know, changing colors and stuff. We know you can add in artifacts, but if you use it right and look at all the different shades in between, you can work out, often see stuff you didn't see before. But anyway, don't want to spend too long on that. So yeah, I just don't like this South African guy, what he's doing. And he's got more followers than me, of course, because he's promoting fantasy and bullshit. What happens when we finally get on Mars? Will these guys admit that they're all wrong? And will they start another channel up on something else instead? But they'll be millionaires by then, but it doesn't really matter. Right. Osiris made a comment here about the image of that flying saucer, I guess. Despite the valid claim of a mind-blowing anomaly that supposedly screams alien dome on Mars, the object turns out to be nothing more than a garden variety rock barely the size of a minivan. So if it's a flying saucer, it's a pretty small flying saucer, and if it's a building, it's a really, really small building. Perfect lighting by NASA's high-res camera back in 2007. The shiny, curved appearance, a simple result of low-angle sunlight on the naturally eroded bump in the floor of the crater. So obviously he's copied this or found it on NASA page explaining the image he used. Shame he didn't post it. Images is real, but the drama is not. The poster's breathless hype amounts to pixel pareidolia dressed up as a disclosure. So yeah, I suppose we better wrap up for the day. Giant wolf on 2 legs, got to be a fake story. So Brandon is promoting up his new up and coming season on Skinwalker Ranch. Before the cameras there was the Sherman family and the giant wolf that wouldn't die at Skinwalker Ranch. Remember the story that it was attacking the animals and it was on 2 feet and it was a big, what they said would look like a grey wolf, and they shot at it and it just walked away, no blood or anything. To me that sounds like maybe dog man, you know, the dog man Bigfoot. So we know they can teleport in and out. Well, we sort of theorize that they have some sort of they have orbs that appeared and suddenly a doorway opens up and they pop into our reality. So maybe they are. Maybe there's some truth to this, but this sounds like a big story, you know. Have they not thought that maybe the Shermans were lying for some reason about the whole story? And the family sticks together, you know. But anyway, I suppose that must be coming up in September, is it? The new season. So did anyone not post any comments on this? Let's have a look. You hosted the Best Insiders live stream. Duh. Thank you so much for following our journey. My favourite show. I had no idea there was an Insiders. Yeah, it's a bit like Gold Rush, right? This TV show, they have like the after shows with the same guy. I think it's the same guy actually that does the Gold Rush shows, does their show. Thanks for spending plus 2 hours with us. God, 2 hours, huh? Thank you so much for. So I've actually asked Brandon if he'd like to come on as a guest. I'd be probably respectful and not ask too many hard questions. But I would like to know more about his UFO sighting and that sort of stuff, and see how open he is, you know, that sort of stuff. And show him my stuff and see what he thinks, you know. It would be a good show, but yeah, he would sort of reply to me. He replies to me sometimes, but if I ask him if he wants to come on my show, he won't, because he's got obviously contracts with TV show not to go on other people's podcasts anymore or whatever. Especially if they're going to be critical of the show. I used to be a huge skeptic. I still believe in science, but we don't know everything. I was once very skeptical as well. I think the chats here that he has is more interesting than the post itself. He hasn't tried anything. He hasn't tried bringing in psychic mediums onto the ranch to see what they see. No, I mean some of the proper ones, you know. And then he hasn't brought any MUFON investigators on either, has he? Not credible ones, not like all grey. So he talks about his sighting here somewhere, I think, as well, again. And there's a lot of reading there. I'll post a link to it so you can have a read of it all if you want. But we've run out of time now to do it, so I've wasted a wee bit too much time trying to search for stuff there. Skinwalker. So it's sort of like a Q&A session with Brandon, which is a wee bit interesting than the actual TV show. Anyway, I'll just leave it there. Yay! Be coming up to 5 hours in a minute. So who's out there? Who's still watching? Not too many people showed up today. Didn't even get 10, did we? Did we get 10 people today? Probably not. 70 impressions, that's pretty bad for Rumble. 2 likes there, only 2 likes today. We got up to 9 last time. 2 on Rumble, that's about normal. 6 on YouTube, that's about normal for so few. I think everybody's gone to bed now anyway, so it's time to wrap up. Hope you're feeling better. Blue Chicken, long time no hear. I'm not sure if Mike's still around. He's falling asleep, I think. It's getting late. No, not too much chat going on anymore. Yes, it's time to go, guys. I'll say good night. And I'll try and do chapters in a few days. I've got so much to fix going. It never ends. It never ends around here. I've got to do testing, fixing. I've got to update the software on this one we're using. Fun. So take care on the roads, and I'll see you again. Hopefully next weekend show will be a bit smoother and the guest will be an interesting one, hopefully. Yeah, so if you liked what we did today, hit a like. I wasn't sort of clear thinking very well today because of the extra stress, of course. Things going wrong. Okay. Let's see if this works alright, because I didn't muck around with the audio. Does it reckon? Hey! At least that works. Good night, Mike, if you're still around. Good night, Blue Chicken. It's Shelly, if you're still watching. Who else was on the side today? A few people we haven't seen for a while. I don't think we had anyone from Pill to say hello. Anyway, we'll just end this quickly, I think. So I wonder what happened to the other drive, a bad sector or something. Maybe a scan disk would fix it. Best to update this one and then copy it across again. Keep it as a backup.